Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Does the Jeff HSR come back? Klugi. Surely. Surely I'm streaming early because I was aware there was a Star Rail live stream today. Is that true, Crams? Wait, I'll take a look at that. I'll test if that's true. He is. Hi, good morning. You didn't sleep? I did sleep, but I fell asleep by accident really early, so I woke up at 3 a.m. My first time teaching in class went well. I'm happy to hear that. Congratulations. Taught? You taught them? You still tired? I'm a little tired, but it's not too bad. So let's just get something that can apply Electro once. Wait. Am I changing a team I'm not supposed to change? No. Okay. Okay. So, let us see if that's real. So this triggers Quicken. Okay. It is not real. That did not trigger Quicken. It just triggered Spread. Bro was lying. Bro was lying. Keep reapplying Electro? Well, yeah, obviously. If you have underlying Electro, it triggers Quicken. We already knew this. The reason why your Dendro on-fielders don't proc Official A4 is because you're not gonna have underlying Electro through I'll hide them plus another Dendro, you know? Will you do the quest for the ultra buggy local legend today? Maybe. Who knows? Alright, chat. I think we will ascend her today. Because these things respawned, right? Yeah. So I think we'll ascend her. The thing is that we don't have the talent books yet to bring her to 188, so we don't have to ascend her yet. Right? Because we got a bunch of stuff we need to do. It's a weapon event today? Ooh. Is it story focused? Oh, it hasn't started on an A. GG. GG. Right, I need, let's put the Varissa in the bag.
Going on a trip?
I guess I should do these fights. If there's just, like, chests. Okay, bro. Okay, finally. Jesus Christ. Varissa hard counter found. Holy. Why am I Akasha maxing my Nilo teams? Because there is something deeply wrong with you. That's the only explanation. Only possible explanation I can think of. I don't think this actually does anything, but it's... Oh, by the way, chat.
Did that grow?
You guys want to see something cool? Soon. Soon, chat. Soon. Soon. I don't get it, that's fine. You don't have to get it. Bro, get a wallpaper. So true. No, I don't want wallpaper. I'm good. It's a it's a male living space wallpaper. See. Do I even need these fucking flowers? Probably not. What are they for? Are they for Rhino? Lens? Might as well pick them up. I'll stop picking them up now, though. Oh. Cards. Available is Llama Bloom team without Nilo or Nefer, and what is the team? Like, what? Bloom without Nilo or Nefer. Like Kave or some shit? It's ass. Don't do that. I mean, unironically, in 2025, because of how broken Llama is, it's probably good enough to clear Abyss. You probably do, like... Actually, you probably don't do Kave. Like, unironically, Kave is so bad that you're probably better off just using Nahida and Gogome. Like, you just play an Elo team, but instead of Nilo, you play... I don't know. Something else. Anything. Candace. Yeah, you're much better off playing Burgeon. If you don't have Nilo. Like, Burgeon's actually okay now. Really? That's a bit... need 45 for the next ascension, right? But ideally I want to get a bit more than that. I want to get 50, at least. Because there's only 57 on the map, so... I want to get 60 next time I do this. But if I want to get 105 in the 2, I would need 60 after getting 45 now. "14 are quest locked." I'm sure that's true.
Running late again.
And on top of being true, it is cringe. Really? Really, Marissa? Is that really what we're fucking doing right now? Then there's these that are locked to the start of this quest, but we already did the start of this quest because we farmed for them 2 days ago. Well, that seems... This is the best last Hydro slot for my Nilo team. I got Loma C1 recently, and I own all Hydro/Ender units outside of Nvidia and Child. Currently, Loma Nilo Nahida. Oh, we are cooked as hell. Sorry, I gotta...
So shiny.
I can't do this one. That's a scary enemy. Sorry, I got distracted. The like unironic, like real take here is probably Ayato. but I think I don't know if that's something you want to hear. I don't know if that's something you're ready to hear. Singto will be pretty good too, but Singto in AoE won't be as good.
Archon reporting.
Yeah, heads up. Hands where I can see 'em. Control breathing. On my mark.
Burn it down. Pyroclastic surge.
Right. Yeah. Headbutt.
4. That's dog shit. I need how many more? 27 more? Oh, it doesn't matter if I get 4 then. Eh. Versa kind of cooks this boss, not gonna lie. I feel like it's difficult to not cook an overworld boss, to be fair.
Wrath from the sky.
Yeah. Headbutt.
Oh, that's nice. Wow, I have a lot, huh? Have I just not leveled a power character in the past, like, year or what? Like, I guess it's just Maoika since Arlecchino. It's been a while, huh? Huh.
Hands where I can see 'em. Quick as a flash.
Rise of the sun. Light up the blazing fire.
Yeah.
Do you expect them to bring Nefer down to Flynn's level? Maybe? Perhaps? Potentially? I don't know. I couldn't craft a bunch. That's nice. Ooh, I cannot craft a bunch of those, though. That's kind of cooked. Okay, business? Lauma ascended. That? Only one ascension left? I don't think I'll level 90 her anytime soon. Because I don't play Nilo team, so her level doesn't matter. Then... I have 17 of these. Okay. How many of these do I need? It's 4, 6, 4. Because I don't think I can do 4, 6, 4, 6, right? I could get lucky. I would need to get very lucky. Not enough. I need 3 more. So basically need to proc for sure. Technically, if I get a Singso proc into a Lila proc back to back, it's doable. 10%? No. We tried. We tried. We tried. Unlucky. It's okay, we'll do that in a little bit. You said you were gonna double crown her? Yeah, but it's not like I can fucking spawn books out of thin air right now. You can stop at 80 out of 90? Maybe, yeah. Because levels on her are so worthless.
Thank you for completing. Add Astra.
Unless you're playing in a Nilo team where she might have some bloom ownership. Alright. Let's go spend our resin on the other account as well. And then we'll figure out what to do. Chat! What if we did a subathon on for the Archon quest?
We've been in KRAI for a while now, but we still don't know much about this place. Now we've got some free time. Why don't we go explore Nasha for a bit.
Alright, I want to check something.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Okay. That's about reverse subathon. Why would I do that? You guys hate me that much that you'd give me money just so I shut the fuck up? Is that really what we're going with right now? Like is that what's going on? Man. Anyways, I should start working on stuff other than just the boss mods. Boss mods. I'm at 36. Artifacts. I'm gonna wait until Decision Onslaught for artifacts. But we need books. What books are Flynn's? Vagrancy. Vagrancy. I just don't really feel like doing a boss today. Okay. We can take a look at that later, DJ. Thanks.
Everybody stand! Rain outlines your breath of the sky! Control breathing! Start the flow! I'm going in! Pyroclastic surge!
Alright. Can I please get a purple? Please and thank you. Come on! Wow! There we go. I got one. We got one. It is what it is. It'll do. Chat! I feel like I shouldn't do the stall at the end of the stream. I feel like I should do it at the start. What do you guys think? Our streak is dead. GG. We stare. We bound. We zilch. We... Thorn... No. It can't be worth. The letters can't be there. Throw. Could be throw. It's throw. It's not throw. Fuck. Throb. It was throb. GG. That's not an alias? Okay, it was a sub 40 mini. Like, that's all I'm saying. I'm kind of like, title wasn't lying. Title wasn't lying. Title wasn't lying. Time to do the angle first try. All right, that's a nice angle. Okay, it's like 17 degrees above 90, I'd say. Or is it more than that? It's more than that. Like 20 degrees. Fuck. It's 22 degrees. I'm pathetic. I'm pathetic, chat. Greek probably has a Y, right? It's either like this or this. I'm gonna guess with an X. Bet! So I don't know. Really? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so Numenon. Okay, buddy. Chicanery is a Y. That's crazy. Okay. GG. Well, that's fine. It's not fine. It's fine. Whatever. Is that the Joe? I think it's Joe. I'm not sure. I kind of want to send it for 7.5. Fuck! GG. Wrong boxing anime. I don't know. Blood Sea. Okay, we're... What the fuck is this, bro? What the fuck is this, bro? What the fuck is this, bro? Huh. Well, how do you write his name, man? I don't know. It's near, but is it like N-I-E-R? Is it N-E-A-R? I'm gonna hope it's this. Okay, I don't recognize this character, but this kind of looks like a uniform from Yuri on Ice. Bet. Bet. Listen, that uniform looked gay, okay? What can I say? That's the guy from God of High School, right? I don't fucking know what his name is. And that looks very Soul Reaper-esque for the design. Or not Soul Reaper, fucking Soul Eater. Fucking Coalesce. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know the other ones. Okay, GG. Okay, I don't know this guy's name. Oh, dude. I tried watching this, I could not make it like 1 minute into the first episode. This shit is unwatchable. Completely fucking unwatchable. I don't remember the name. It's so bad. I can't even say if it's bad, actually, because I didn't watch enough of it, but it's just so aggressively horny. Like, it filtered me out, man. I don't remember what it's called. Whatever. GG. This is not a good performance so far. Explain, please. The show is basically about a guy who can't touch people, otherwise they die. and his maid, who sexually harasses him every second of every minute of every hour of the day. Yeah. Sounds peak. Okay, buddy. I think you're just horny, man. Okay. Older than Naruto, action, adventure, fantasy, ranked worse. Ooh. Hmm. Any ideas, chat? Old shit. DBZ? Is DBZ ranked worse than Naruto? It is not. Freerin. Yeah. Older than 2002. Lower than 8.0. Freerin. Perfect. Pokemon? Think so? Okay, no. I'm just gonna skip the first clue. That's Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh my god. That's crazy. That's my goat right there. No clue. Oh. That's, yeah. No clue. What's Chongyun doing here, man? Oh, fucking Isekai equal no. Fucking hell, dude. Oh. It's another Isekai that filtered me out. No fucking clue what this is, but we're vibing, man. Cats. It wouldn't be either of these. Cat Planet Cuties. Thoughts? No. GG. I tried. Wow, this was not a good day. This was not a good day at all. Okay, wait, actually, do you guys think Cat Planet Cuties is harem slop or like a wholesome pet show? I wonder. Sadly, I've watched it and it's the first, I see.
Thank you for
I see.
add astro.
What the? Oh. Okay. So this is a new event. Also, oh. I don't really want to do this, honestly. Story's pretty short. Maybe I'll do it then. But I'd rather do it on main if I'm gonna do it. Alright, chat. Would you ensure that every spread triggers quicken before and that's not new? No, you couldn't, but you still can't. Vigil doesn't work for Dendro carries because in order for your Dendro to trigger quicken, they need to... Is there a fucking... there needs to be an underlying Electro. They need to have faster Electro than Dendro. But Dendro carries have faster Dendro than Electro. Will you do a Sumeru banner video? That's a good idea. I should. Maybe we'll do that today. Sumeru Chronicled Wish. You guys want to just start with that? Maybe? Alright, fuck it. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi, to a video on the Sumeru Chronicled Wish, and I'm just now realizing there are 7 characters on this banner. They put 6 icons, and then they left a space to say that there is more, instead of just putting the 7th there. Graphic design is my passion. Whatever. I guess we're gonna have to use the wish menu. It's fine. So, wait, there isn't even 6. Never mind. There isn't even 7. There's 6. They're all there. Why is there a... I'm so confused. Okay, we gotta fucking send that from the top, man. We try again. Say hi to YouTube, chat. It's fine. Did I put a stream marker down? I don't even know. I'll do it again just in case. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi, to a video on the new Sumeru Chronicled Wish. And... Should you pull on the Chronicled Wish? No. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's, yeah, it's not looking hot for most of these characters. Let's quickly go through them. We'll do them in the order they show up here, but we'll put Tilthnutty first because standard characters first. Tilthnutty. I think Philnetti's one of those characters that I think often gets heavily overestimated. He does not do a lot of damage. Even in teams that do focus on his personal damage, he's rarely above like 30% of the team's DPS. His numbers are just not very good. Philnetti is a character who is focused on spread reactions, but doesn't actually have any EM scaling in his kit. So right, he has a stat buff based on his EM, so I guess that's an indirect EM scaling. But he doesn't have any direct EM scaling in his kit. Right? If you look at the numbers on everything, it's all attack, attack, attack on everything. And that means that his scaling is basically split, and his numbers are not good enough to make that split scaling actually good. So that is balanced around his application, but he's balanced at a level of, well, Sumeru, pre-Nahida Sumeru too, right? When the ceiling for your team DPS was like below 80k, or like around 80k, or 80, 90k. And he was a standard character that wasn't supposed to be that strong in the meta back then. As a standard character, you have the ability of obtaining more copies of him through losing your 50/50s, through the standard character selector every year, and through the... He's not the only one for this, but through the relatively new Constellation Selector event. Philnetti's Constellations are very good, but the main thing they do is they increase his personal damage. And, well, really, it's not his Constellations that are very good, it's just his C6. His Constellations on the way to C6 are pretty ass. Like, they're not completely awful for a standard character, but you can tell he's a standard character from them. And his C6 isn't enough to make up for that, really. And that creates a scenario where, like, at C6, Philnetti is... He's an okay character. In the current meta, a C6 Philnetti is not really better than a Natlan carry. Pretty equivalent, more or less, to a Natlan carry. Not Mawika. He's okay, but yeah, it's not that great. I don't think he's a character that, if you're focused on the meta in any way, shape, or form, you should ever get on the Chronicled Wish. Because you can get him from Standard, and you can eventually C6 him from Constellation Selector if you want. So spending Primogems on him just feels kind of like a bit of a suboptimal idea. Let's put it that way. It's not ideal. His weapon is okay. It actually gives him the EM scaling that his kit doesn't have to begin with, and it's a pretty good weapon for him. So, since it's not a weapon that's available on Standard, if you're someone who really likes Philnetti and who is planning on getting C6 Philnetti eventually from the selectors, you could consider getting his weapon. But honestly, it's not even that big of an upgrade if you already have another 5-star stat stick, because unfortunately, the Sumeru time signature weapons just were not the greatest. It is what it is. Overall, stay away. Next is Daya. Daya sucks ass, man. Oh boy. Daya is not a good character. Back when she was released, I compared C6 Daya to C1 Dragon's Bane Hu Tao. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Was it C0? It might have been C0. Hu Tao has, or sorry, Daya has received a little bit more support since in her optimal teams, but not much. And she's still not very good. Weak characters can get wheelchaired a lot more because of the stronger support cores, namely within NEFA. But, and that's something you can do with Tuchnati as well, by the way. But it's not Daya putting in the work, right? Outside of trying to play her as a carry, she is an acceptable defensive utility option in a few teams. With Lauma's release, Neuvillette Hyperbloom is back in business. And for people who don't have Farina or who want to use Farina somewhere else, you've got a few options for your last slot, and Daya is one of those options, although not my favorite one because of her pretty bad uptime. Unfortunately, defensively, damage reduction doesn't fully mitigate incoming damage. So you'll die eventually with damage reduction unless you also have shielding or healing. And usually, once you already have shielding or healing, you don't need an additional source. And so, the defensive utility is mainly useful in its ability to provide you with resistance to interruption. But the duration of the resistance to interruption is very short. Offensively, her damage numbers are pathetic, and while C1 improves them a little bit, not much. And utility-wise, if you want to use her as an elemental applicator, she's really slow. It's actually possible for her to be too slow for Molani, which I think she's the only... It's her and Pyro MC that can ever encounter that, and that's it, basically. But yeah, it's certainly not, yeah. Yeah. And if you want to use her as a Burgeon support, it's pretty slow, and the duration isn't the best. You end up with like 6, 7 instances where you can trigger Burgeon over your rotation, which is not ideal. Overall, Daya just doesn't do too much. She's a usable unit, but definitely not worth going for, like, actively on the Chronicled Wish. In terms of losing your 50-50 to her, though, I think you're a lot happier losing a 50-50 to her than to Tuchnati. Unless you're planning on going to C6 on Tuchnati. Just because having a Daya can be useful because of her, albeit kind of shitty, but she does have defensive utility, and there are teams where that's usable. And her C2 increases her uptime, which is kind of useful for those teams. Next is Alhaitham. And Alhaitham's kind of a weird one. Alhaitham's not very good right now, but he's also not completely awful. His numbers are a lot better than Tuchnati's numbers. He's held back by a few things. One, Quicken teams haven't really received much supports, at least on the Dendro side. Lauma was actually the first real instance of support for Quicken teams that we've had pretty much since Alhaitham came out. and her kit is not intended for Quicken. It's just the fact that she has Shred makes her not awful in Quicken. So it is possible for a character like Alhaitham to see some use in the future, but really, he's not the best. That being said, he certainly is better than the next character that we will talk about, which is Wanderer. Oh boy. Wanderer's team DPS and his teams that are actually focused on him as a carry are closer to a pause menu than a Mawika team. They're closer to 0 than a Mawika team in his carry-focused teams. Now, he can get wheelchaired. He's an animal character. He can use Fab, he can use VV. And those teams definitely do more than his carry teams do. But the reality is that Wanderer wasn't all that great on release, and he has gotten effectively no support since. He's gotten a few alternatives, right? He got Farina as an alternative, kind of. Nefa to some extent, I guess. But the reality is that just numbers-wise, a Wanderer just doesn't cut it. He didn't really cut it back when he was released, and Natlan's power creep completely left him behind. At this point, I'd say that Wanderer is less useful to an account than a character like Charlotte. At least a character like Charlotte, if you're playing a Skirk team, you can use it to, like, against a cryo automaton to get to through the cryo check quickly. Wanderer has no use whatsoever on a meta focused account. If you like Wanderer and you want to play him, I would honestly wait and pray to God that Yehoda ends up being a character that reinvigorates animal carries or some shit like that. Cross your fingers and pray to God that Varka's a support, not a carry. You need a miracle. That's what you need. Yeah. Next is Sino. And Sino is kind of an interesting case. Because his intended design has always been Dendro teams. And Llama has given a pretty big buff to Dendro teams. But even before that, Inefa was also a nice buff to the Dendro teams that used electro carries. Nowadays, Sino's not even that bad. Is it Sino doing the work in those teams? No, not at all. You could put fucking, like, you could put Elisa instead, and do something fairly similar. With normal attack on field Lisa. But Sino is better at it, and his design actually feels like it was intended for those types of teams. Unlike when you're playing something like Wheelchair Wanderer, where it doesn't feel like you're playing Wanderer. It feels like Wanderer is a driver. Whereas with Sino, his design actually is intended for those Dendro teams, so it still kind of feels like you're playing Flints. Or sorry, it still kind of feels like you're playing Sino. Now, should you get Sino in 2025 from a Chronicled Wish? No. But if you're someone who likes Sino, you can make him work. Out of the characters we've mentioned so far, I'd say that if you were to give me a new account that wanted one of these characters, the character I'd be happiest to see on a 50-50 loss would probably be Al-Hytham, followed very closely by Daya. Then a bit of a gap, then Sino, and then a pretty massive canyon abyss ravine, and at the very bottom you'd have the fucking rotten corpse of Wanderer and Techmeti. Who I would basically treat the same way I treat Chi-Chi on the standard banner. Actually, Techmeti would be a little bit better because at least once you get enough of him, because he's a standard character, you might get more copies of him, and eventually that translates to Masterless Stella Fortuna that you can use to level 100 your characters. So I guess Techmeti's body isn't rotten yet. And then finally we have the actual highlight of the banner. This is not a Sumeru Chronicled Wish. This is a Nilo banner with a different standard pool. Okay? Like that is what this banner is. Alright? Do not get it twisted. Don't let all these character icons fool you. This is a Nilo banner. In 2025, the only character that is even remotely worth thinking about actually getting for a meta reason here is Nilo. Should you get Nilo? No. But can you? You can consider it. The main reason why I'm leaning towards no in the should you get Nilo question is because for AoE focused content, Burgeon isn't that much worse than Nilo. And for Siege Onslaught, the boss meant to shill the Nilo teams, the upcoming Bloom Crab boss. There are clears of it on Bilibili from like people on the creator server using Lauma, and then the rest of the team is just 4 stars. So Nilo isn't necessary for dire difficulty of that. And then when the content is AoE, Burgeon isn't that much better, but AoE content isn't in Siege and Onslaught, it's in Abyss. And in Abyss, things just die. Does that mean that Nilo's bad? No. Nilo is actually pretty decent now. It's just that in terms of pull value, she doesn't provide that much to your account, because the content that Nilo allows you to clear with Lauma is generally also clearable without Nilo. Personally, I wouldn't recommend getting Nilo. Especially with the leaks we've had on Nefer's kit that indicate that Nefer is not a character that is going to be played in Nilo teams. Nilo will be a usable last slot in Nefer teams, but she won't be the best. But let alone necessary, right? So going for her won't really change the power of your Nefer teams if you are someone who cares about Nefer. Yeah. Also, in terms of just Nilo by herself, if you don't end up getting Lauma, this character is not good. Right? Like, it's a 2-character deal. The Nilo teams are not very good without Lauma. If you want Nilo, if you like Nilo, she is actually a pretty meta character now, though, right? When you look at the performance of Nilo teams, they're actually pretty good. But like I said, the main obstacle, I guess, is that because so much of the power of those Nilo teams is concentrated in Lauma, it makes it so that getting Nilo doesn't actually improve your account that much. Now, Nilo is a character who is available on the Constellation Selector. That means if you get Nilo, you can get her C1 from that. Her C1 is okay. It's a nice little upgrade to her teams. It's alright. Whatever. But what this effectively means is that Nilo's base kit is now effectively her at C1. And instead of having 6 constellations, she has 5. And instead of the C2 requiring 3 5-stars to get, it only requires 2. Thank you for the raid, Ruby. Welcome, raiders. How's your stream? We're currently recording a banner review on the Chronicled Wish. Do you even still play Genshin? I haven't caught your stream in so long. My sleep schedule has been too normal lately. You stream at DGen hours. I came back to Genshin. Oh, let's go! Welcome back. Welcome to the trenches. Thanks for the raids, Ardozap. Holy. Anyways, let's get back into YouTube mode for a second. We're almost done with this video anyways. So what was I saying? Right, we're talking about Nilo constellations. Nilo effectively doesn't have cons other than her C2, though. Her C3 is damage percent and energy. C3 and 5 are talent levels. C6 is crit. None of these things are helpful at all in Bloom teams. And because Llama only helps the Bloom part of Nilo teams, and Llama's very, very good, then the constellations after 2 are basically completely worthless now. They were never all that good. Now they're just basically worthless. So Nilo is effectively a character that only has 1 real constellation, and the fact that she's now in the Constellation Selector means that instead of it being her C2, it's effectively her C1. Her C1 is 35 Shred. It's alright. If you're someone who already has Nilo, you are planning on getting Nilo from the Constellation Selector because you like her, and you are planning on using Nilo in Nefer teams. At C2, she will likely be the best Hydro slot, at the very least until we get Columbina. Is that worth going for just for that? Fuck no. Because Columbina's probably going to be better than Nilo C2 anyways. Anyways, all in all, oh, also, I skipped a few of the signature weapons. Deya's signature weapon is pretty okay on Deya, but it's not that good of a stat stick, and it's not even that insane on Deya. Don't bother. Alhaitham Sig, it's pretty good on him. It's better than his early cons, but that's not because his weapon is good, that's because his early cons are complete dog shit. Alhaitham's not a character that does that big of a portion of the team DPS. Generally, the damage is split between multiple characters on your team, so getting a Sig for him isn't that useful. Wanderer's Sig is pretty good for him, but there are alternatives. He can use the Sigs from other characters, like Risley's Sig, pretty well. So getting his Sig, because his Sig is less versatile, Sino's Sig, it's pretty alright on him. It's also one of the weapons that's actually a pretty decent stat stick on a bunch of characters. So if you end up going for one of these characters' Sig, Sino's Sig is probably the one you're the happiest seeing when you, like, as a 50-50 loss target. Either that or Nilo's Sig. The Key is alright. I think Key is overrated, though. I think people tend to overestimate the impact that Key has. It is a good weapon, don't get me wrong, but it's not as good as current, like, early cons or signature weapons are on the recent KRAIs. It's a nice little upgrade for the Nilo teams. It's actually worse than it used to be because a few of the buffs from Lauma they effectively, it's not just the buffs from Lauma. A few of the things that changed in Nilo teams from 6.0 are things that scale additively with additional EM, which means the additional EM you get from Key is a percentage-wise, it's a lower increase in Loma teams than it was pre 6.0. It's still not that big of a difference, but still. Also, not KRAI craftable gives you HP. There's also Doghand's Assistant. But it's mainly the non-KRAI craftable. The fact that the non-KRAI craftable gives you HP means that you now have a better free-to-play alternative to Key. So the gap is also a bit lower because of that. Anyways, overall, this banner is honestly not that bad compared to previous Chronicled Wish banners. The reality, though, is that the characters they put on Chronicled Wish are generally not the characters that are very good. If you look at past Chronicled Wishes, or if you look at past Chronicled Wish banners, they haven't been very good. And I'd say that Nilo is actually an outlier here. And is a much more interesting character to be on a banner like this than any character we've had previously, including Kazuha. I think that there is actually a reason to go on this Chronicled Wish for people who like Nilo. And I don't think that was the case for any of the previous ones. Right, like, and obviously, keep in mind, I'm talking from a meta perspective, right? if you're someone who likes a character enough that you'll play them whether they're meta or not, then fucking don't listen to me, man. But if you're someone who wants to play strong teams, but when it comes to choosing between the strong teams, wants to play a character they like, that's basically who I'm talking to here, right? Nilo is strong enough that she can be one of those options, and so if that's you, you can consider going for this banner. I would be careful. Content is going to be designed around Lauma for a little bit. When it stops being designed around Lauma, Nilo might start becoming worse again. The power creep might also just leave her in the dust. We already know that NEFER is not really gonna be in Nilo teams. And NEFER competes with the same support that's pretty much necessary for Nilo teams. Right. Pretty much anything that makes Nilo even remotely viable is just Lauma being really good. And so, are you willing to spend enough wishes to get 2 limited 5 stars to enable your Nilo team? Or would you prefer holding out for something else? That's up to you. Yeah, that's a good point, Terrible. There's also the fact that from the recent leaks we've had, the more thorough leaks on NEFER's kit we've had, it does not seem like NEFER is a character that is going to scale too well in AoE. Like she'll be okay, but she's not a character that scales in AoE the same way that Nilo is, which means there's a very real possibility that Bloom-focused content in the future is not AoE content. That they have bosses that have Bloom checks that are entirely single target. So that's a potential worry to have for Nilo. Anyways. All in all, like I said, character banner, honestly not even that bad because of Nilo. If you want Nilo, you can consider her. The lineup to lose your 50-50 to, not great, but honestly, could be worse. Alright, there's only 2 real, like, completely characters. Most likely, there's 3 characters you're just gonna not level up. Right, Wanderer, Sino, Tehneti, you probably only level up if you really like them. Alhaitham, Dea, you could both find, like, you could find a use for either of them. In meta scenarios. For weapons, Key is pretty good. It's pretty good for Nilo teams. It's not insane, but it's alright. I'd say because we're now getting C1 for free, I would much rather choose Nilo's C2 over Key. But just getting the Key is pretty alright. It's also a weapon that can be used as a stat stick on other characters. Salve Scarlet Sands is pretty alright. Can also be used as a stat stick. Then Bacon is an okay stat stick. The others are like, meh. Not the best stat sticks. It is what it is. Anyways, as usual, hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned a thing or two. This banner is better than the previous Chronicled wishes, but still a Chronicled wish. So keep that in mind. Don't spend money on this shit game, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Oh, you're right. I didn't talk about the fucking 4 stars. I should have, I guess. Fuck. You're right, I should have. Okay. Quick additional yap on the 4 stars on the banner. Weapons. The weapons that are unique to the Chronicled Wish, right, other than the standard weapon banners, are Zyphos Moonlight, Wandering Evenstar, Makara Aquamarine. Is that it? I think that's it. Yeah. Zyphos is overrated and bad. Both Wandering Evenstar and Makara Aquamarine are okay, but neither of them is that useful. They're whatever. They're okay, but they're not nearly as appealing as Fav. Let's just put it that way. For the characters, the pool is actually fairly small. Right? There are not that many Sumeru 4 stars. Sethos, Kaveh, Farazan, Lila, Candace, Dori, Kole. That's 7. You can't lose a 50-50 on this one, though. Right? When there's rate-up characters, there's 3 of them, but it's a 50-50 with a guaranteed if you lose on the next one. Which means that 2/3 of your character will be your rate-up characters. So if you're looking for a specific one, you will get it 22% of the time, right? 22% of your 4 stars are going to be a given one. Here, because there's 7, 14%. Of your 4 stars are going to be a given one. So, if you're looking for any of these specifically, it's not quite as good as if they were rate up, but because the pool is so small, it's also not that much worse. Because the pool is so small, it's not that much worse. So if you're looking for more than one of them, if you're someone who's just a collector and didn't pull for too many 5 stars in Sumeru, so you don't have high cons on a bunch of these, I guess you're pretty happy with this. If you're a Shao player who still doesn't have Farazan, and you're planning on getting Nilo or some shit, who still doesn't have Farazan C6, it's nice that Farazan's there. As a general rule, I'd say that the only characters who really matter here are Farazan and Candace. Maybe Layla to some extent, though her constellations aren't really too important. So it's mainly Farazan and Candace who are characters that actually see play in meta teams and have constellations that are relevant. The lineup is okay. It's not great, but it's not awful either. I'd say that generally the fact that there's no specific rate-up characters means that it's harder for the pool to be good enough to justify it, because as a general rule, there's just more bad 4 stars than good ones. That doesn't mean that the good 4 stars aren't good, but the 4-star pools are diluted with a lot of garbage. So pretty much any region is going to have a bunch of garbage, which means generally the 4-star lineup on a Chronicled Wish will be worse than a decent lineup for the rate-up 4 stars. This is, I would say, equivalent to the average, maybe even slightly better than the average 4-star lineup on a rate-up banner. So it's alright, but it's not amazing. Anyways, that was that. And editors, you can put that like before the outro. Alright, but we're done. No more. Yeah, sorry for the distraction. Whatever. Raiders, I can pay attention to you guys now. For those of you that don't know me, because there's probably a few, although they might have left by now. I'm Zajef. I do theory crafting, so just a lot of optimization stuff on Genshin. I hope you have a good time here. Hope you enjoy yourself. Let editors know. Yeah, I will. Recorded. Chronicled. Wish.
Many insects have a
Banner
compulsion to follow the
review.
light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Should we also record a video on the standard selector? I'm down. We can do that. We can do that. Wait, is it still in 10-minute follow only? Oh no. Guards! SMH my head. Guards, when we get raided, you gotta disable that. We have follower only because sometimes you get fucking bot raids and spam. Oh. You disabled it when you got raided? And then you re-enabled it? You don't have to re-enable it that fast. Also, this chest has been bothering me. Hit all the robots.
This research looks promising.
Holy. Maui could charge attack, my goat. Holy. Wow.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Is that it? Yeah, it was. I don't care.
Rev the engine.
Alright. Okay, let's go get that Sealy. I fucking... Oh my god. Please just let me fucking... Ah! Bro, trying to get off the bike is actually so hard. I swear. I don't think there's a chest anywhere here, actually. I've already gotten that stuff. Just switch character? Yeah, I need to get used to doing that. You're right. That's what I should do. Alright, chat. Let's record a standard selector picker video. I'm done. gonna sneeze. Okay. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To a video on the standard selector. It is the anniversary, yet again. And for the anniversary, we get to pick a standard character. Wow. How generous. Thank you, Hoyoverse. This character will make all the difference in my attempts at clearing latest endgame contents to the onslaught. Can't wait to go play Tilnari and definitely clear Fearless difficulty in time. Anyways, let's talk about the standard characters. And maybe more than the standard characters, let's talk about Master Listella Fortuna and level 100. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna tier list. All right, like fine, you got me. I'm actually doing a tier list and I'm putting that on YouTube. Fine. But I do think the tier list format will be helpful for this. And I think I'll include... which Traveler should we use? I want to include a Traveler as a placeholder for picking a constellation on a character you already have at C6. We'll use Lumine. Lumine will be a placeholder for a character you already have at C6 in order to... yeah. So, first, let's talk about the value of each of these at C0. Obtaining most of these characters is outright worthless. These characters will not make your best teams if you're focusing on meta. I would say there are two characters in this list that could make your best teams in some scenarios. Those two characters will be Mona and Dea. Dea as an off-field power replicator when you need defensive utility. Mona as one of the viable options in a Skirk team, and to some extent in the Flynn's team, I suppose. Neither of these characters is important in any real scenario, so selecting them just for that, to me, is a bit iffy of a choice, but they are usable. The other characters, Diluc can be played in plunge teams, but that's not a Diluc team. Pretty much anyone can do it, and he's not even the best at it. The Cryo Claymores, I'm pretty sure both Fremine and Ella are actually better than he is at Pyro Plunge. That's because Diluc's burst is completely worthless. It's an incredibly long animation with a bunch of pyro application, so it kind of prevents you from melting, and the infusion doesn't last long enough that you can do it at the start of your setup. Which means you don't use his burst at all in the plunge teams, and you just have you just rely on Bennett Pyro Infusion, and if you're doing that, the character doesn't need to be Pyro, and the crowd characters' kits just are better, despite Diluc's slightly higher plunge multiplier. As it turns out, being able to do one more melt from the fact that you can apply cryo with your skill matters more than a slightly higher multiplier. If you really like Diluc, you can select him, but just in terms of like actually playing a character in endgame content on a meta-focused account, he will never make your teams. Like, weapon-infused Pyro Plunge with Bennett Chanyeon and then either Farina or Sitlali is already kinda sus. So, yeah. It is what it is. The Tsing, unfortunately, just does not compete with the latest characters. She's usable. Electro carries as a whole can always get carried by Hyper Bloom, but she's not the best. Jean, VV healer, isn't completely worthless to have, but so many characters are either getting forced into very specific team building criteria that prevents you from using VV, or just don't want Farina, so the healing is less valuable. Jean's value is just not really very high nowadays. You're probably not using her. Chi-Chi, out of the guild, comes as a surprise to anyone. Chi-Chi was never all that useful. Yuma Glorb. Yumi Mizuki. She's basically just bad Sucrose, but she can only really be played in one of Sucrose's roles. So she's just pretty awful. She's got a little bit of healing, but it's not enough to matter. I will say though, out of the characters that are here, out of the characters that you actually spend time on field, if I was forced to play one of these in their optimal teams, focus on on fielding them, the one I would choose over the other ones is definitely Yumi Glorb, because Animo drivers can get carried by NEFA, and even if you don't have VNEFA, you can get carried by like Fischl or Ron, whatever. But then there's also the fact that Aoife exists, and Aoife kind of just does the same thing as she does, so there's no reason to go for her ever. And then Tilnari, who, honestly, Tilnari has a cool design, he's got a cool kit, and his numbers are ass. So he's just not very good. Now, outside of their value at C0, what about with constellations? Are there any of these characters that have relevant constellation breakpoints at which they become decent? So first, right, I guess for now we'll exclude these. Let's go through, and this, I suppose. Let's go through these and talk about the characters who do not have a constellation breakpoint that is actually useful. The first one I want to talk about is actually Yumi Glorb. Because her constellations are not bad. The problem is, the purpose of her constellations is to improve the swirl focus teams. And even at C6 Yumi Glorb, those swirl focus teams are significantly worse than other meta teams. And so despite her constellations being pretty good for her personal damage, they're pretty worthless to an account. So to me, a character like Yuma Glorb Glorb, pretty much never really worth considering from a meta perspective. If it's a character you like and you want to C6 them for because you like them, don't listen to me. But for meta, no. Next, Diluc. Same thing for Diluc. He doesn't really have relevant cons. His C1 is okay. All of his other constellations don't actually help him in Plunge. Technically, his C2 can help a little bit in Plunge. Because it can give him a little bit of it. What the fuck is... Bro. What the... Okay, I haven't looked at that yet. Whatever. Yeah, that's a UGC-MC, but I haven't looked at what they do. Anyways, Diluc C1 is 15 damage percent to enemies above 50% HP. Diluc C2 is 10% attack when it gets hit, up to 3 stacks. If you get hit, I guess this is not completely worthless. But C3 to C6 don't do anything for Plunge playstyle, which is realistically the only way you should consider playing Diluc. And like I said at the start, he doesn't really provide any value for you. Again, right? If you are considering playing a team centered around him because you like him, that's a different question altogether. But that's not what this video is about. Because if you're going to be doing that, you'll click on him whether that's a good idea or not. You're not going to be watching this video wondering if you should click on him. Anyways, next, Kutsing. Fortunately, Kutsing also... Kutsing isn't that good to begin with, and her constellations are honestly kind of pathetic. All of her constellations are somewhat useful, but none of them is very useful. And so the gap between C0 and C6 Kutsing is not that big. And on top of that, Kutsing is not even that big of a portion of her team DPS in her teams anyways. And then the last character that doesn't have a relevant constellation breakpoint is Chi-Chi. Self-explanatory. I don't think we need to get into this. So these 4 characters are, in my opinion, the characters that you should never consider getting just for the sake of what their kid does. Now we can talk about the remaining 4 characters who can potentially have some form of usage. I'd say that the least recommended here, in my opinion, is Jean. Jean's C4 is 40%, I think. Yeah, 40% animal resistance shred. There's a problem, though. 1, it doesn't have a duration. It's just tied to the burst duration, and it doesn't linger after the burst is gone. And the burst, how long does it last? I for war. Tell me I have my burst.
Let the wind lead.
Fuck. Is it 10 or 12? I think it's 12, but I don't want to talk out of my ass.
Care for a dance? Dance with me! The show's only just begun.
It's 10. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. Jean's burst duration is 10 seconds, which is very short. There's quite a few carries that have uptime longer than 10 seconds. When you look at animal carries, they actually all do. Which means you're not full uptime. And on top of that, you have to swap into her right before your carry, which means less buff uptime for your other buffs. On top of that, it only shreds enemies, since it doesn't linger, it only shreds enemies inside the burst, which means if the enemies step outside, if they get knocked back by the burst, which does have knockback, if they get hit by the burst, which staggers them backwards, which it does do, right, the burst damage over time at the edge of the field, they don't get shredded anymore. Gene C4 is like the fakest constellation in the game. It's so... like, it says it has 40% shred, but in practice, it's like 10% average shred. It's not actually good. Now, it is still usable. Especially for people who don't have Farazon cons. They don't have access to a good shredder for Animo. So, this is somewhat usable. Also, if we ever get more more Animo damage dealers in the future, it could get some value from that. The biggest problem is that unless you absolutely need the healing, it's still way worse than even C0 Farazon. But it is not completely useless. And that's what she's got going for her. That's pretty much it. Next is Mona. We've already talked about how Mona C0 is a character that is somewhat useful in some teams. On top of that, Mona has some constellations that are not completely worthless, and because unlike a lot of these other 5-star characters, she's usable in teams already at C0, the fact that she has okay constellations, even if they're not very good, matters, right? If Kuting was being played in good meta teams at C0, her constellations would be very useful. But because she isn't, an increase from hitting enemies with a toothpick and hitting enemies with a fork, it's not that big of a difference, you know? Right? Because like Kuting teams are basically Kuting hitting at the enemy with a toothpick, while your fucking hyper blooms are fucking bashing them in the head with a baseball bat. And Kuting C6 changes that toothpick into a fork. The baseball bat is still the relevant thing that's happening here, right? So it doesn't do much. But what Mona does is, with her buffs, she slightly increases the damage, but of the carry in the teams where she's played. So despite the buff being pretty minor, it is still useful. Anyways, Mona's C1 is kind of fake. It increases the damage of hydro-related reactions by 15%. It says it increases frozen duration. It does not do that. It's been bugged since 1.0. They have never fixed it. It has never done anything. But it does increase the damage of hydro-related reaction by 15%. This is not multiplicative. This is additive to the EM multiplier, which means that in a Lunar Charge team with NEFA or with Flynn's, this is like 4-5% increase in your reaction damage. One nice thing about this is that this lasts longer than the Omen does. The reaction bonus lasts for 8 seconds after you hit an opponent affected by an Omen. Which means it's basically the Omen's duration, which is 5 seconds, plus 8. Honestly, her C1 is not bad. Obviously, for freeze teams, it does literally nothing. But for Flynn's teams, it's a nice little thing. It's okay. We take those. It's alright. It's a nice little damage upgrade. Not terrible. Somewhat useful. It is what it is. Her C2, 3, 5, 6 are completely worthless. Bad. Don't bother. And C4 is 15 crit rate against enemies affected by Omen. Now, I think the C4 tends to be a little bit overrated because people forget that the Omen duration is not very long. Sure, you can extend the duration in freeze teams against freezable enemies because the duration doesn't start counting down until the bubble pops, and the bubble cannot pop on frozen enemies because the trigger condition for the bubble to pop is that they take poise damage, which effectively means they get hit by an attack that has the ability to stagger them. But enemies that are frozen are immune to poise damage. So until they get unfrozen, the bubble will not pop. And so the 5-second timer will not start. But you will have the damage bonus. But against freezable enemies, because they're immune to freeze, well, you can't Omen extend anymore. So it's only 5 seconds. And so, most of the time, this 15 crit rate only affects a fairly small portion of your carry's damage window. And is only actually equivalent to like 5%. But it's actually even worse than that. Because if it affects a third of your carry's damage window, let's say you're building, you have 75 crit rate, 150 crit damage. So your crit multiplier, crit rate, crit damage, crit multiplier, 212. Now, if you got 15 crit, if you got 5% crit rate, and that was reliable, you could basically build a bit less crit rate and bring that to crit damage instead. And basically still be at a 1-to-2 ratio. 77.5, 155. No. Whatever. Actually, no, never mind that. I can't be bothered with that one. Anyways, yeah. All in all, the C1 is somewhat useful, but pretty much only in Flynn's teams. To some extent, it's useful in Molani teams, but Molani teams, in my opinion, should not use Mona, even if you have cons. So, I don't recommend it. C4 is somewhat useful-ish on pretty much all of the teams you use Mona in, but it's never that big of a deal. It's definitely not fake like Gene C4, but it's also incredibly small of an upgrade, so it's not all that important to get. And next we have, I think I'll talk about both of them, Tilthneti and Daya. I guess we can start with Tilthneti, actually. Tilthneti's constellations from C1 to C5 are not very good. 15 crit rate is not bad, but it's not that big of a deal. 20 Dendro damage bonus, not great. Also because the 15 crit rate only applies to half of his damage, the part from his charge attack. Then, burst level, it's okay, but it doesn't affect his spread damage, only the talent portion of his damage. 120 EM, it's okay. The fact it buffs the team is a bit nice, but really, eh. Skill level, talent level is completely worthless. And then C6 is a massive deal. Tilthneti's C6 gives each of his charge attacks one additional hit, but that one additional hit does not share ICD, so it triggers an additional reaction. And also does a little bit more damage than the other hits. That already is kind of a nice thing. But on top of that, it also decreases the charge time. Now, decreasing the charge time effectively means that you can do this. Oops. Yeah, I don't know, I can't really do it all that well. But you can basically get all 3 shots out in just a few frames. If you're good. Which shortens his field time. Otherwise, you need to do this. Because you have to actually wait until the Cluster Bloom Arrow, like, properly forms. But also, it means that your non-E charge attack charges up more quickly. C6 Tilthneti teams actually sometimes do use additional charge attacks to fill downtime. And it actually matters even more for those charge attacks than it does for the E-enhanced ones. All that together makes Tilthneti C6 a pretty massive increase to his personal damage. Problem is, his personal damage is ass to begin with. So even with this, he still doesn't even compete with, like, modern carries. But he's actually not that far behind at C6. I would say that if you have C5 Tilthneti and you can consider getting him at C6 from that, he'll actually be usable as a Dendro carry for Dendro-focused content. Even if you don't have him get hard carried by the rest of his team doing all the hard work in a Hyper Bloom team. I think the biggest problem with Tilthneti is that the gap between C0 and C5 is not very big. He just has a one big spike at C6. Which means that along the way, constellations along the way don't feel good to get. Because of that, I actually kind of like him less than Mona on the selector. And the last character is Dea. And Dea is a really interesting one. Unlike Tirnari, Dea's constellations along the way to C6 aren't that bad. They're not that big damage increases, but I mean, the C1 is an okay-ish damage increase. It's like, alright. The C2 is nice for the utility it gives. She actually, when you play her as a damage dealer, is a talent scaling character, so the talent constellation is not completely worthless like Tirnari's is. The C4 is really big for her ER requirements if you play her as a carry. And then the C6 is, just like Tirnari's, a very big deal. Now the difference is that Dea's kit doesn't lend itself well to like multi-carry teams with a lot of different damage dealers like Tirnari's kit does. So the fact that she's a pretty bad carry to begin with is more impactful to the power of her teams. In other words, while the increase from C0 to C6 on Dea is bigger than it is on Tirnari, that doesn't mean that she's that good at C6. I will say, right now, I mean, we've talked about Alhaitham early. Actually, no, we haven't. I talked about Alhaitham earlier today, but that was in a different video I recorded. Whatever. Spread focus Dendro carries have not received much in the way of like external support since the release of Dendro. They don't have the sort of very powerful synergy supports that Pyro characters have received. Because of that, a C6 Dea is actually pretty decent. Not quite to the point that it would beat out Maoika, but to the point that it would be competitive, if not better than the other Natlan carries at C6. More importantly, though, unlike Tirnari, Dea is a character that is somewhat useful even if you don't have her at C6. Obviously not as a carry. You won't want to play her as a carry without C6, but she is somewhat useful. So I would put her above Tirnari in terms of value, but not that far above. I think I'd still put her below Mona. Now you might have noticed, if you're a very observant individual, the Zajef. You've got 4 characters in the D tier, 1 character in the C tier, and 3 characters in the B tier, and nothing in the A and S tier, and you've gone through all the standard characters. Well, yeah. The reason for that is because if what you're focused on is the meta, your best choice by far, bar none, no question about it, is to just progress towards Masterless Stella Fortuna. Pick the character that has the highest current constellation, so you can get as close to C6 as possible, so that on the next selector, you can pick a character that's already C6, and get a Masterless Stella Fortuna to level 95, your favorite carry. Alright, I've talked about the increase from Mona's cons, right? I want to contextualize that. the increase from getting a carry to level 95 is bigger than the increase from getting Mona's C1. In the teams that care about Mona's C1. And Mona's C1 is arguably the most useful upgrade to a meta team that you can have out of all of these. And so, just in terms of meta, by far the best option, pretty much for everyone, is to just pick the character that gets you closest to those Masterless Scylla Fortunas. Now, there is a potential problem here, which is, if you're a relatively newer player, you probably don't have any character that's close, right? Maybe your highest is C1 or C2. And if that's the case, it'll take you a while to get to C6, and to the C7, you would need to get your first Masterless Scylla Fortuna. Right? If your current highest is C2, you can get one from the Selector, one from the Constellation Selector, you'll be at C4, but that means 3 years. There's 5, 6, and then 7, until you get your first Masterless Scylla Fortuna. In the next 3 years, it is very possible that they release another standard character that you will want to get more than you will want to get the Masterless Scylla Fortuna. And if they do, that's plus 1 year. And if they release 2, that's plus 2 years. And if their constellations are useful, all that progress is basically wasted. So, take it with a grain of salt. If you're not close to any of them yet, maybe it's not worth doing for you. Personally, I'm a little bit torn, because just in terms of meta, getting characters to level 100 is nice, but if I get my characters to level 100, it kind of makes it harder to do equalized testing. So I'm not sure I will want to. Personally, I think the more I think about it, especially because I already have 2 from Kutsing being deeply and thoroughly in love with my account. Since the Constellation Selector gets you one constellation of your choice every 4 times a year, and you can't select the same one multiple times, it's basically guaranteed that I'll select Kutsing at some point here. Which means I'll have 3, which will be enough to get 1 character to level 100. So I would probably get my Varessa to level 100, because I'm a Varessa main. And then I don't really want to get my supports to level 100. And I don't really care about getting other carries to level 100. They nerfed Hyperbloom... Not Hyperbloom. They nerfed Transformative Reaction Scalings above level 90. The increase from 90 to 100 is now about 15% instead of 40. So it's not like the massive increase that it would have been. So I don't really have a desire to level 100 my Raiden anymore.
Not simply be quantified in monetary terms.
And so because of that, and because I already have the 3 that I need to 100 my main, I think I'm just gonna select Daya. Daya, my goat. And it's not really for meta reason, it's just because Daya's my favorite character on the banner. And I think it'd be nice if I could get her at C6 at some point. By the way, I haven't lost a 50-50 to her yet. I have Daya C1 from getting her on her actual banner and getting her from last year's selector. I have C8 Kuting. Like, come on, man. Can that fucking stupid ass cop stay off of my goddamn account, please? Whatever. Cop? She's kind of a cop. She's like she's like a municipal worker that works closely with the police. You know? She's like a police commissioner or some shit, you know? Whatever. Anyways, so personally, I'll be most likely selecting Daya. And at the end of the day, I recommend you do the same, not as in selecting Daya, but just selecting the character you want to get. Right? If you're someone who doesn't care that much about any of them, just getting a Masterless Stella Fortuna or getting close to that so you can level up your favorite character might be your best way to do something that's just for fun. If you're someone who actually cares about using either Technari or Daya, getting their con so you can get closer to them being in an actually usable state could be nice. But other than that, it doesn't really matter that much. As usual, hope you learned a thing or two, hope you enjoyed. Also, for level 100 stuff, I don't really want to make a video dedicated to that, so I'll just quickly mention this here. There is no character that gets a massive upgrade from level 100.
Things where you gotta use it or lose it.
The characters that get the largest amount generally hover around 10% personal DPS. From what I've seen, the one that gets the highest out of those I've counted is Flynn's. Just because... Actually, no, that's not true. No, that's actually just not true. I'm lying. It's not Flynn's. The one that gets the highest is probably... Molani? Out of those I count. And it's not because she's an HP scaler, by the way. It's because she is a character who doesn't really buff her main stat scaling externally. And who does a large majority of the team DPS, right? If Skirk was played with supports that did a similar amount of team DPS as Molani's supports, Skirk would be basically the same. But the personal damage increase is pretty much the same between the two. But pretty much every character gets a similar increase. It hovers between like 7 and 10%. Between like 5 and 10% personal DPS, with Hyperbloom triggers being 15 instead. So those are a little bit more. But Hyperbloom triggers are never the large majority of the team DPS. At best, it's like 70% of the team DPS. Which means a bit less than 10% of a team DPS upgrade. Which is similar to the hyper carries. So it's basically always somewhere between like 5 and 10%. Unless you're an idiot and you level 100 a character that's not played on a hyper carry team. Like if you level 100 Nevidat, for example, you're kind of being an idiot. But, oh well. But yeah, As usual, hope you enjoyed, hope you learned a thing or two, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. I should select now. Who do I want to select first? I'm actually not sure. I guess I want to select the thing first, right? Hu Tao. I could think about Hu Tao. Me picking Hu Tao because she's C6. Based. Holy. You could choose Mona. What's the upside? Her C6 is bad. C3 Daya. The thing is, I'll get it eventually, and it's not like I'll play Daya carry. You know? So the question is, because the Massimo Stella Fortuna I would get from Kutsing would be useful. Is there anything else that would be useful? Hu Tao C1 would be useful, but only if I play Hu Tao, and I kind of don't want to. Baiju C1 would be useful, but I don't play Baiju very much. Daya C2 would be useful, I suppose. But I'm gonna get Daya C2 from this before I even get done with this. So it's not actually useful. It's bait. It would be the C3, and the C3 is worthless. So I can just wait and get it later. Right? Which 4 characters do you think you'll get? I'm definitely getting Daya and Kutsing. The rest, I'm not sure. By the way, chat, I wanna, like, point out, okay? Jean was my first and my second 5-star, and I got my first Chi-Chi in late 2024. That means that the large majority of my standard 5-stars have been Kutsing and Mona. That's kind of crazy. Like, between after I got my Jean and when I got Chi-Chi in late 2024, I pretty much only got Kutsings and Monas. Bro, the baddies love you. You can have her, man. You can have her too. I'm not interested. Compass is so busted for Nullcry, it's so easy to explore. You know, that's the main thing that's preventing me from wanting to do Nullcry exploration right now. You need to do a bit of the quest to unlock the compass. And I'm not doing the quest until Sunday. But that means I'm doing exploration pre-compass right now. Which is just, like, why? Why am I doing that? It's really very little quest for Compass level 1. Yeah, but I want to do the Archon quest all in one stream. Well, maybe not all in one stream, but, like, I want to do it at a dedicated Archon quest stream. I don't want to just fucking do it out of nowhere on this stream. But like, I'm thinking of actually doing like not ending stream until I'm done with the Archon quest stream. Wait, I gotta check something. Alright. Okay. If I wanted an actual healer in my Nefer team, would it be better to replace Nahida with Baiju or C2R1 Nilo with Kokomi? Probably Baiju. Alright, so are we gonna actually explore today? I don't really want to. Oh fuck. Oh no. Chat, why does capsaicin stay on your fingers through washing your hands so much, man? It's so annoying. It's so hard to get rid of all of it. I cut some jalapenos this morning. And I guess I didn't get rid of all of it. Ugh. I just rubbed my eyes and yeah, my eyes are spicy now. Oh boy. That's not ideal. Oh boy. Fuck. Nope, that's not. Oh boy. I should probably go rinse it, huh? I'll be right back. I'm back. Hi, chat. How bad does it look? Not too bad. It's not too bad. Okay, now yeah, good. I'm going like a fucking idiot, man. Holy fuck. Jesus, that was not it, bro. Already at 87% expiration. Huh. How many sigils do I have? $184. Alright. Okay. Let's just go for this, man. Alright. My streamer turning into a himbo? What do you mean? What did I do now? I really want to fucking scratch my eye right now. It's itchy, man. I will resist. It's alright. Where's the thing? It's here. Yeah. I guess we'll do this quest, huh? Try scratching it with your other hand, Klugi. What could go wrong? Yeah, surely I didn't get complacent on both of my hands, right? You know, I probably haven't. Like, unironically. I could probably get away with it. I'm not gonna try, but I probably can.
Teamwork is strength. Know my sword.
Hey, not a bad haul.
Is Never gonna need crit like a normal DPS, or is she fully built off of EM? She will need crit. Crit and EM. But she scales better with EM than most carries scale with their main scaling stat.
Rev the engine.
Like, she's kinda like Milani, where EM substats are still very good. You eat a whole jalapeno for the next charity stream? I feel like that's not that hard of an ask, though. Like, jalapenos are spicy, but they're not, like, painful spicy. Like, I'm white, but I'm not that white, you know? Like, I would much rather eat a jalapeno than eat a fucking onion again. Bro, the onion was actually just pain, man.
Rev the engine.
Like, it's not that it's painful, it just makes you so nauseous.
Full throttle.
Which one is that? There.
Rev the engine. Hip. Light it up.
Oh my god, Chad, I'm mooning.
Try and stop me.
Was it not here? Dude, am I a fucking idiot? Did I go all the way up when I didn't need to? No. Oh, man.
Burn it down.
Compass would be clutch here, it sure would. It sure would. You bet it would be. Okay, which one is that? Okay. That one. What are the best last slots for a Llama Hydro Raiden team? A second a Hydro ideally, but there's not a lot of good ones. That's a lot
Rise
of
with the
annoying
control
ass
breathe.
Dendro.
On. Going in.
Light up the blazing sun.
Yeah, otherwise you can just do a second Dendro. Or you can do Fischl. That also works.
Hey, not a bad haul.
What?
Yeah.
Where did it go? What? Was that not a jump thingy? What? I got... Bro, what? It disappeared. It didn't want me, child. cage. That one has been obtained as well.
Burn it down.
What am I supposed to do with this? Not that, I guess. Huh. I guess I think I'm supposed to bring this. What the fuck is the moon mirror?
Hip.
Am I not supposed? Where am I supposed to bring this thing? I don't really get it. Oh, you have to. What the fuck? Okay, I guess. Where do I wait? Oh, I need to mirror it, right? Oh, but it's not there anymore, so I don't know what it was. Fuck! GG. Okay, whatever then. I'm not sure, like, what I'm supposed to try to achieve, though. Like, I don't know what the solved state is supposed to look like. I guess like this? Maybe? I don't fucking know, bro. Not entirely sure what that was all about, but
The rewards of an adventure
Plus
worth
10.
remembering.
we'll take it. We'll take it.
Full throttle!
We'll take it.
Rev the engines!
Should I commit a little bit of murder?
Use of force authorized.
Sure.
Stronger! Let's move!
If you're gonna ask me so nicely, I might as well.
Stop it!
Hey, thank you for the raid! Welcome, Raiders. We are currently exploring without the compass because I'm a stubborn and stupid individual.
Full throttle!
I don't want to do the story before the weekend. I don't want to give people time to do it, so they can watch me doing it without getting spoiled. But
Try it!
you need to do the story, at least the start of the story, to get the compass. So I'm basically just exploring without the compass like a fucking idiot. And it's slightly painful and annoying. And so, as the thankful chatter that you are, seeing that you're so thankful for my consideration, you're gonna subscribe, right? Matters.
That's another one.
Are you gonna use your Prime? Surely you're not gonna leave me hanging like that, right?
Rain outlines your
Pyroclastic surge! Rev the engines!
You wouldn't do that to me, right? What's current expiration percent on this region? On this one, it's pretty low because I just thought, oh, I'm at 30. So I would have it basically. On this one, I'm at 87.
Try and stop me!
Has been obtained. Next, we just want to go that way.
Full throttle!
Cage. One more done.
Rev the engines!
Let's go for this chest. What am I supposed to do? So let's try to figure it out. I guess you can yoink this so you can eat it. Yeah. Now you push that. Wait, can you interact with these? No. No, you can't. What the? What the fuck was that all about?
Hey, not a bad haul.
Not a bad haul. Hold on. I can't go in here, right? I only have one booked. Good to know it's here, I guess, but
Try and stop me!
thoughts on Loma Ino's things about Cookie for a Hyperloom team? I don't like it. Ino's not very good for those teams. Because you're activating the Ascendant Gleam, but you don't do much Lunar Bloom damage. It's not ideal.
Full throttle!
Cage.
Hey, not a bad haul.
Full throttle.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure I won't need to go in here for the next Oculus, but I think it's quest locked.
Full throttle.
Does Joy just want to know, is Nefer good without Llama? No. Wait, what? Is that not a quest? But she had a quest. No, that's not, it's not this one, right? No. Need to find all the rocks to find. I see. Shore to the southwest.
Rev the engine.
Like the southwest of this island, or like, or is she talking about this? Yes, this island? Is it the quest marker that just showed up on my map? Or is that a different thing?
Try and stop me.
Yes? Okay. God. Imagine not having Maoiko for exploration, dude. Couldn't be me.
Rev the engine.
Investigate nearby disturbances. What does that mean? Like, do I need to interact with this somehow? How do I do that?
Try and stop me.
Like, where's the thing I can use to get the thingy? I don't know the names of the things yet, chat. I don't think you get. Wait, do you get it from hitting this? No. You don't. You do. There's a moon thingy, but it's not a... Oh. I get it. I get it. Where the fuck is the other one? Gotta recook. What am I looking at here, man? Oh. Did I do the right thing by accident? I think so, yeah. But... We made it all the way there, that's crazy. Which of the three is your favorite island? I've only done an island and a little bit of a second one yet, so I'm not sure. But I get a feeling the one I like the most is the one I haven't done yet. The one with all the Fatui. Does he know he can get the compass early? I do, but I kind of can't, because in order to get the compass, I need to do... I need to do the Archon quest a little, and I don't want to do that yet. Okay, you know what? I'll just do this. What am I doing? Let's go. Oh, that's a cool thing. Wait, I really like that. What a sick puzzle. Wait, that's a really cool puzzle. I like that a lot.
Rev the engines!
I'll come back to this one in a second.
Full throttle!
I can probably go, yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay, so two out of three. It's not a hard puzzle, but it just feels good, you know? what can I interact with? Literally only one thing for now. Do you think we'll have Lunar MC? I think so. Probably. But it's probably not going to be Lunar MC, it's just going to be a Hydro MC buff. Or an Electro, like an every MC buff, and they get the Lunar reaction. Or maybe if we just get a Lunar MC, I don't fucking know, man. Seal? No seal.
Something to add to my collection.
Unlucky. Unlucky, no seal. Ugh.
Rev the engines!
Bro, I am so... Okay, that's probably a barrier that prevents me from entering, right?
Full throttle!
Wait, if I do this, they'll tell me where. Okay, that's
Rise
not
with the
how.
sun.
That was the fucking barrier itself.
Rev the engines!
Why is there a normal, random ass precious special
Let's light it up! Teamwork is...
for a normal ass enemy?
Light up the blazing sun!
That's weird.
Something to add to my collection.
I wasn't paying attention. Did we get a seal there? Probably not. No, we didn't.
Something to add to my... Rev the engines!
So, okay. There we go. Is streamer mic low? I can bring my mic a little closer if you want. It'll be a little bit better now. soft lock yourself. Or the only way to fix it is log out and log back in. I did that by accident a little while ago. I'm right back. I'm back. Hello. Am I supposed to, like... No. Clearly not. I think I'm just supposed to go up, right? What's your Loma build? This account doesn't have Loma, but on my main, she's just Deepwood, EM. What do you think about Staff Scarlet Sands on Raiden? Meh. It's bait. Staff Scarlet Sands doesn't give you any EM, so it's not good. You don't give a fuck about attack. You get a bunch of attack from the fact you're building full EM, but you don't care about attack, so no one... it doesn't matter. How much EM is enough? There's no, like, cap. More EM is more good. The more EM you have, the better.
Try and stop me! Burn it down!
Okay. Bro, why are there so many, like, electro stacks we need to murder? And why do they all get precious chests?
Everybody stand back!
Like, I feel like someone at Hoyo has got something against these enemies, because, like,
Hey, not a bad haul.
they're everywhere and they all give a fucking precious chest for some reason. Is there a point to this? No, there isn't. Oh, this is probably gonna be like... yeah. Do I not? What?
Not a bad haul.
Okay, which one am I doing? Alright, let's actually properly continue the quest now.
Rev the engine.
If more EM is better, then is Sackfrag a good weapon on Loma? The event weapon gives you 200 EM, which is only 21 less, but it gives you a lot of ER. The skill reset from Sackfrag isn't actually helpful. Because you won't have any burden do if you try to double skill. So you're better off, like, trading 21 EM for, what is it? Fucking 45.9% ER is very worth it. Is Loma good for C6 Nahida? It's alright. You don't have that many good supports for C6 Nahida, right? So 25 Shwed is, like, acceptable. But it's not amazing. Another one! Bro! They really hate these guys. They hate them so much, it's crazy.
Teamwork is strength. Light up the blazing sun.
Having a lot of fun with Sethos and Loma teams? Yeah. Loma do be strong. Ooh, we got a seal. Bet. Is that 2 out of 3? Yep, 2 out of 3. Alright. So... Is it necessary to level up Aino's talents? No, not at all.
Burn it down. Stronger. Let's light it up. Yeah. Everybody stand. Breath from the sky.
See ya! Oh, is that another precious chest? That's crazy. Does that mean we have 3 precious chests here? That's kind of wild. Where's the last one? Oh, it's up here. Bro, how do I go up? There we go. Okay, what? Oh, I see. It just expires. I thought it was just disappearing when I went to it. But it was just expiring because I was getting fucking... Yeah. I get it.
Try and stop me.
Well, bro's just standing here. Do we not get another precious chest on this one? Saj. Bro. Damn. Disappointment. do here? Not sure. Does it go that way? Yeah, it does. Okay. We can push it there. Then we can bring this here. Then we can bring this that way. Yeah. Oh, there's a precious chest we wanted.
Hey, not a bad haul.
Throw the fragments at the stone. Huh? Oh, I see. What? I don't think that's how... What's happening? Okay. I see. I think when it starts getting hidden, it stops following, and then it just bugs out. You have to throw it as soon as it appears. Bro doesn't know how to throw stones. It's not that I don't know how. I just think that he who is without sin should throw the first stone, and I'm not without sin, so I can't do it. Sorry. It's just it's the words of my friend Big J. And I gotta follow the word of my friend Big J on the J account. No seal.
Hey, not a bad haul. Dripping wet. That must be uncomfortable. Let's take a break. I'll use my fire to dry you off. Rev the engines!
By the way, chat, I will not enter this domain, okay? I am going to level up my Aetherlight Spindle loot exclusively through the materials obtained from exploration and event. Because it doesn't need to be 90 to give all the EM, it's just the ER. So... if it's like level 70, then it is what it is. Like, that's fine.
Full throttle! Rise with the sun! Pyroclastic
Die. You lose a times 1.5 bonus. That is true,
Something to add to my collection.
but I deem that acceptable.
On my... I'm going in! Let me lead you. Light of the blazing sun! Wrath from the sky!
No seals.
Cycle treasure!
Okay, I should have a thingy I can get here. A key, right? Yeah. Let's go open that Shrine of Depth. Wait, what's the next level give me? A fate. Alright. Please give me the last seal. I believe in you, Shrine of Depth. Fuck. We didn't get
Something
it.
to add to my collection.
At least we got Vagrancy, which is what we want. You know, I should check the instructors I keep getting before I accidentally feed them. Just in case they're good. Like, that's keepable. Keepable is not a real word, but whatever. Like, a 3-liner with EM, a 3-liner with ER, we take those. Rest is kind of ass. All shrines have 1 vagrancy, 1 mooning, do they? Alright, let's go get this quest then.
Try and stop me!
God. The pike is pissing me off. Bro. That was hard. Holy. For Nefer, can I leave my Ino at level 1 talent? Yep. What's best weapon? Probably just Fav. Fav or, Forest Regalia. They'll both be usable. Are you mainly exploring on the J account? Yup. Yup. that's the stone it wanted me to take. I see.
May the light of the moon goddess guide you on your way.
We're trying to do the Archon quest on this one.
There you go. Another task done.
I didn't do the NEFER quest on main yet. I procrastinated too long. Minus 60. Place the fragment on the stone. What?
This is more than a fair price already.
Ah. Okay, I don't want to talk about it. Shut up.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
Obtain 2 primo gems. Oh my god. Insane quest. Insane quest. What the heck? That's crazy, bro. You got 30? I might have gotten 30, but then it got a pop-up for 2 from the common chest, and it was funny. We got all KRAI map from in 6.0. Did we? No. Surely KRAI is bigger than just what we've seen so far, no? Bro is yapping. There's still some parts left. Yeah, there has to be. Me when I lie, yeah. Alright, Crabber. I'm gonna beat you up. Was I supposed to hit it like into that and I fucked up?
No, my sword.
I don't think so. I'm a bit
Body and
confused.
mind. Time to act.
Stop hitting him. Oh. Oh! Shit, my bad, bro.
Treasure hunting. A valiant endeavor. Body and mind. Time to act. body and mind.
I fucked up. Shit. Well, that's not good. That's not good. To be fair, this is the sort of stuff that should get fixed in beta. Like, I don't know.
Try and stop me!
Seal? No seal.
Hey, not a bad haul.
Maybe not. Maybe I'm just expecting too much. I don't know. It feels like this is the sort of stuff that, like, if you have a group of like 100 testers, it's gonna happen to at least 5 of them. It's not like I was trying to prevent it. I was just standing there. She does not look like she's having a good time. My god. This one done. I wasn't paying attention. QA went out the window with this spot. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that. It feels just so much more buggy than usual. End of the day, like, it is what it is. Not the end of the world.
Hey, not a bad haul.
A bit annoying. Most certainly a little bit annoying. Interesting. So we got like a theme boss fight or something. Gotta figure out what I'm supposed to do. That's not what I wanted to do. Come on. I don't like that it's like coming into the middle of the arena, which kind of implies that you're supposed to start hitting it or something, and then but it's actually just an animation that tells you you're going to the next phase. I feel like that's kind of boring. Where the heck is this crap? There it is. Is this the first time they're doing a boss like this? I guess some of the Underworld bosses were like kind of like this. So it isn't. I don't hate bosses like this though. They're nice here and there. It feels pretty different from those. I don't think it does. Like that jellyfish in the Fortress of Meripede area. Oh, okay. This has to give us the seal. Yeah, there we go.
The
We got the
rewards
seal.
of an adventure worth remembering.
Bet. Caulk notebook. Oh, you bet. Okay, so we'll be able to continue with this quest, but first, let's go get our next good set of artifacts, chat. We already have a good Flint piece, by the way. We got a really solid crit damage circlet from our first set of artifacts. Why does it say new? These are not new. I already have some of them. I'm confused. It always does? No. Alright, let's take a look. Yeah, right, so I already have this, which is pretty solid. Dog shit. Tragic. That's lockable, I think. That's an attack sense with the it's not very good, but I'll... no. Alright, I don't care that much about this one. It's pretty bad anyways. Or this one. Or this one. But I do care about what these two could be. Please, be good. Nope. Nope. Alright, that was not a good one. Unlucky. Unlucky. I should log this for now, though, just in case. Dude, imagine if this was EM instead of defense. Actually, it wouldn't even be that good, because I don't know who I'd use it on. Well, might as well go finish this quest, though. Right, because we already did all the prerequisites for it. It's like a quest chain, right? I think. There's one Oculus on this island that I can't get until I do the Archon quest. So that one will have to wait. Curious about how much you've explored? I've done a little bit under 90% of the first island, and I'm not sure what I'm at on this island yet. 85. Grow at the Sealed Sanctum. Oh, that's the Sealed Sanctum. Have you gotten the sword? No, I have not. But from what the sword looks like, I get a feeling I'm gonna get it from this quest. Because it looks like this place. Get to 90, it makes everything on an island visible. Only if you've unlocked the compass, which I haven't, because I haven't done the Archon quest. Cooked. Unlock the mechanism seal. Not sure how you do that, but I suppose we'll figure it out. Oh, I get it, I think.
Full throttle.
Can I not? No, I can't. Okay, never mind then.
Try and stop me.
How the fuck do I get back on the thing, man? Where even is it? Oh, it's over there. Alright. Why do you go for Nefer instead of Flans? I already have a Nefer. And I'm gonna go for Nefer on my main, and at that point I'd rather go Nefer on main, Flins on this, rather than Nefer on both. We need to start having conversations about the harp being the best instrument. Nah. Nah. Nah, we don't.
The rewards of an adventure worth remembering.
What's our primo count now? 10,356. Alright. You don't have any overlap character. But that's not what the plan. It's just I skipped NEFER, and I'm skipping Flynn's on main. And I got NEFER on this account, so I might as well get Flynn's and go vertical investment on that too. Like, if I really wanted to be smart about this, I would have skipped NEFER, right? Waited until we saw how the not KRAI meta shaped up, and then gotten NEFER on a rerun if I wanted to. But I don't want to just fucking wait on this account either, right? Like, sure, I want to do stuff that's fairly well min-maxed, but I don't want to just fucking have to wait for 30 fucking days. Or sorry, for like 30 months until I can get a fucking second and third team, right? Alright, so we have every Oculus on this island except the one that is locked behind the Archon quest now. Okay. I guess the next step is to go to the last island. I wonder if I've reached 60 yet. Hey, maybe with 5 gifted. Huge. Alright, +1 sword. Is this useful for anyone on this account? I don't think so, right? Wait a second, chat. Can you get refinements for this? Because it's not like Ishin. The one isn't shiny. So I highly doubt that it's locked at R1. Be using it on Saints Row, but it won't be good on Saints Row. Why would I do that? Maybe a gacha weapon next patch? Oh. That does not sound very poggers. I've been assuming this was a weapon you could R5 for free. It's not that good if you don't get refines on it. But I Good stuff. That's what we needed to get done on this island. Quest is to be continued? Yeah, we're probably gonna just get it from patches. I hope. I really hope. Man. It would suck otherwise. I haven't done my weeklies yet, right? No, I have. I did them before the patch, right? Oh, we did get 60, but who will you use free invitation on? On this account, I'm not sure yet. Probably just Hoodie, because he's already C1. Have you done the local legend stuff on your main account yet? No, I haven't done anything on main yet.
Add Astra.
Is there anything I need to do like as soon as possible because it's related to resets or some shit? Can't do this. Is this the Bloom boss? Yeah? Bro, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I can fucking kill this. I'm gonna be so for real. I don't think I can. The 20-minute clear with the honey. I mean, I feel like 20 minutes is very optimistic. Anyways, what should I craft this batch? Should I craft a Flynn's artifact? Or a Mawika artifact? I kind of want to craft a Flynn's artifact. So I should wait until after Sidon Onslaught, when I've used up all my fragile, see what I need to craft. I mean, it's probably gonna be a fucking goblet, but still. I'm gonna level this. No, I'm not. Am I? I don't. I'll level it to 8. I want to see if it rolls ER. It did. I want to see if it rolls ER again. It did not. That's not bad though. I'll get it to 16. Don't roll HP. Okay. Sure. Let's go for this. This is pretty alright. This would be a really good piece for Llama if I went for Llama on this account, but that's okay. ER? I'll take that. 80 EM. Not bad. Yeah, maybe Columbina is gonna want that. Who knows? Ino piece? It is actually a pretty good Ino piece, that's true. Like, unironically. A really good Ino piece, actually. New billing, I know. I might. Smudley's gonna build her a little. That's for sure. Okay. I think we can take a break from this account for a little bit. Or maybe we should just send resin one more time. Any European helpers that want to allow me into their world so we can do the Flynn's boss? Oops, of course, I got fucking... Ah! I would, but I'm not the highest world level. Well, I appreciate the thought anyways, Lofson. Why are we in Ascended Gleam? Is that the like reputation thing where you're in permanent Ascended Gleam and not KRAI? Probably, right?
Everybody, stand around. Full throttle. Pyroclastic surge.
Four. No. Alright. Thank you very much. It's story, no reputation, I see. Alright. Plus 10, plus 10, plus 5. Very nice. What are the main stats for Nefer's artifacts? EM crit? Yup. EM crit.
We've been in KRAI for a while now, but we still don't know much about this place. Now we've got
So
some free
true.
time. Why don't we go explore Nasha Town for a bit?
We have been in KRAI for a while. So true. So true. Okay. Do I want to do this? Nah. Meh. Oh. That could let me level up Llama's talents. I don't know. Should we do some NEFER calcs? Alright, make the title not a lie. Should we build a proper sheet for her? I'm down. Do I want to make my sheet function for non-Ascendant Glean teams? Honestly, no. That sounds like a pain in the ass. Thoughts on making a written guide down the line? Yes, that's the plan. Yeah, so we'd have base attack, attack percent, Nefer, black, marrow, sky, base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. Okay. Oopsie. Alright. This is gonna be characters. We're gonna have Nefer. We're gonna have base attack, attack percent, flat attack. We're gonna have EM. We're gonna have lunar bloom percent. We're gonna have lunar charge percent. What else will we have, chat? We have damage percent 1, damage percent 2, 4. What else would we have? We have crit value. Crit value 2. No, that one doesn't matter. Here. Llama procs. None of that is going to be here. What are other stats? Is there any other stat that is important? What did I have on the Flynn's sheet? Base attack percent. I didn't have a flat attack, but that's fine. EM, lunar percent, damage percent. I need HP as well, that's true. Will we have any defense scalers? I'm not calcing albedo, I don't give a shit. Fuck that. I'm not adding like 5 lines everywhere just for albedo. Kinda should though, but no. Base HP, HP percent, flat HP. Okay. Motion value attack 1, motion value attack 2, motion value HP 1, motion value HP 2, motion value EM 1, motion value EM 2, motion value attack lunar charge, motion value EM lunar bloom. We are gonna need a woke meter. And rotation length. That should be it for the stats. So base attack is 344, I think. Oh wait, I should look at the fucking UGCMC, shouldn't I? What does this shit do? Dealing AoE damage corresponding to their own elemental type. After that, you have an elemental infusion. So that's fucking worthless, okay. Burst. Dealing 1 instance of damage corresponding to the elemental type, okay. Additionally, when opponents enter the restricted area, they will receive 1 instance of damage. Can trigger once. Will disappear when the mannequin leaves the field. Oh, that's awful. Okay. That is bad, okay. Oh, this is worse than Hydro MC. Yeah, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. That's a 2-star character? Yeah. Like, this is bad. I think this is supposed to be 4 seconds, by the way. So a skill that does no damage, that gives you a short uptime elemental conversion with no buffs, and a burst that does basically no damage either. And that's a damage over time, but it doesn't stay if you swap out. And that's it for the kit. Wow, this is really bad. Yeah, like this is not playable, basically. Mm. If the burst worked off field, it would potentially be usable. Yeah, if it lasted longer and didn't expire when you swap out, it would actually be a really good character. But GG. Anyways, base attack 344. Attack percent. We would only get the attack percent from substats, so 10% attack percent substats I think is reasonable. Flat attack. We get main stat, a couple substat, but also 200 from the passive, so 550. You're always building enough EM to max that out. Base HP 12704, HP percent 10%, flat HP 5k. EM. So, at a baseline, how much EM do we have? We have 100 from this. We have 200 from baseline, and we have 2 main stats. Right, that's the bare minimum you'll ever have. Right? Weapon, but the weapon will be in the weapon. It won't be in the character itself. Okay. Lunar Bloom percent. Do we get any Lunar Bloom percent directly? I don't think so. No, we don't. Lunar charge percent, also no. Damage percent for the first one. I don't think so, no? But for the second one, we get 120%. Crit value, baseline, is 98.4. 62.2. 20 times 6.6. Alright? Yeah. Motion value, attack 1. Is 2 skills. 129.9 times 2. And 41.9 times 6. 54.5 times 6. Motion value EM1 is just this times 2. Mr. A4. That's not Lunar Bloom percent. It's gonna get calc somewhere else. Don't worry, I'm not missing it. But that's not the A4. If you're talking about this, it's also included already. Okay. Motion value attack 2 on the burst. 381.9 plus 572.8. And this times 2. No motion value HP, no motion value lunar charge, and then Lunar Bloom. Um, 163.2 times 12 plus 217.6 times 6. Rotation length 18. But that's not actually real, but like kind of. Because you can do a few rotations before you encounter any real problem. Right? I think we'll do 17. I think 17 is very generous for her minimum rotation length. In practice, it's probably closer to 16. Because people don't play perfectly enough anyways. Okay. Next, Llama. Llama. Actually, is there anything else about this? There's going to be this thing that we need to add, and that's it. Yeah, okay. So, we have base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack. We have base, base HP, HP percent, flat HP, total HP. We have EM. We have lunar charge percent. Do I have it above or below? Have it. I should have it above. Lunar charge percent, lunar bloom percent. EM multiplier, lunar charge. EM multiplier, lunar bloom. Will there be another potential reaction? Yes. EM multiplier spread. What about other possible reactions? Meh, not really. That's kind of it. Yeah. Then we have crit value. Crit multiplier. Did I separate that in two? I didn't. Crit multiplier. Bloom. Crit value. Lunar bloom. Crit multiplier. Lunar bloom. Crit value, crit multiplier, lunar bloom, crit multiplier, other. Okay, what else do we have? We have damage percent 1, damage percent 2. Do we need a third damage percent? Not really. Okay. What else do we have? What do I have on the Flint sheet? Yeah. These weren't really necessary though, but okay. Yeah. That was it on the Flint sheet. One thing I'll change though is I'll add the woke meter in this one as well. Woke meter. Because it's gonna make it so it's gonna require so many. So the formulas are gonna be a lot more simple if I add this step. Woke meter percent, actually. I'll put it like that. Length, so rotation length. We have characters that do multiple different elemental types of damage. Not really, right? We don't get any Hyper Bloom. Technically, if you put a Cryo unit in the team and an Electro one, your Electro Superconduct will be Cryo damage, but not really. I don't think we need two types of res, so res. Res multiplier. Yeah. And then okay, then we have E attack 1, E attack 2, EHP 1, EHP 2, EEM 1, EEM 2. E attack lunar charge, EEM lunar bloom, Fred proc, motion value attack 1, motion value attack 2, motion value HP 1, motion value HP 2, motion value EM 1, motion value EM 2, motion value attack Cardis. Attack lunar charge, motion value EM lunar bloom, number of Fred. Damage attack 1, damage attack 2, damage HP 1, damage HP 2, damage EM 1, damage EM 2, damage attack lunar charge, damage EM lunar bloom, damage spread, damage. DPS. Okay, only 55. That's not too bad. So, base attack. I could probably just fucking copy this shit exactly. Yeah, that's crazy. Characters. Weapons. Sets. Weapons. Black Marrow. Base attack. 454. And then I can copy even more. That. Yep. Very cool. Attack percent. We look at 3 instead. I think I'll just copy this whole thing, huh? Right, none of this is. Wait, no, yeah. Then instead of weapons, I wanted to look at sets. Then I put sky. Something's wrong. It's because this is supposed to be B3. But, alright. And if I gave this set 10% attack, or 100% attack, fuck it. Yeah, it does work. But, okay. Maybe I should have a buffs thing instead of doing it individually in these. Yeah, I think I will. Buffs. Now, if I copy this down... No, that doesn't work. I would just need to change this to 4. 4. 4? Yup. This will be 5. 5. 5. Six. 6. 6. I'll need to add resonance. I think I also want element. Probably. Okay, flat HP is gonna be the same thing as this, but 7. Okay. Maybe with a prime. I gotta figure out how I'll do the buffs thing. Maybe with the 3 months. Angel Liar. Okay, so EM is 8. Eight. 8. 8. Wait, can I make it so that it looks up, it returns the row number of whatever this value is in here? Probably, right? How do I do this? Oh. Of no. Something's going wrong. GG. I don't know what the What do you want to do? I need to... I want a formula that points to the equivalent column. Like, I want it to point to this cell if it's EM. But I'm not sure what formula to use for this. X lookup. Lookup value. Lookup in here. Oh. Can I do this? I can! Okay, bet. Huge! I can use this now. Instead of this. Fuck. What's wrong here? Oh, right. I see. I want this to not move downwards, so I'm gonna lock the number. And then I want this to not move sideways. Same for these, actually. Can I not? Oh, wait, obviously. Bet. This is now working. Huge. And I should be able to just fucking do this on all of them, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. We're gonna have to add a lot, by the way. Cause, okay. So I wanted to look at this. Buffs. Why is there a 4 here? Oh, never mind. Buffs. Yeah. This should be good, right? If I put llama. And now if I make Llama give one more base attack, it does work. Okay, and now I just need to do this exact same thing for every single cell. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. C2, C3, D1, D2, D3, E1, E2, E3. Okay. Okay. Good stuff. Okay. So I now have, let's say we have Llama on Serenade. No, sorry. Llama on Spindle Loot, Serenade, Nahida, Fav Codex, Deepwood, I know, C6, Forest, Regalia, Instructor. And now I want all of these things. And it's not. Yep, there we go. And now yeah. Is there a more reasonable? It doesn't matter. I'll do all of them. We're just building the sheet right now. Okay, so buffs. Llama. What are the direct buffs from Llama? The shred I'll do separately. It's just a crit value buff. I guess I should also have if there's team buffs provided by the set. B1, B2, B3. Nefer Black Marrow Sky. Transpose back. Okay. Just in case. Okay, also Now if I add llama, spindle lute, and serenade. Something isn't. Oh, I'm an idiot. I need this to not move at all, right? Hmm. Yeah. There we go. There we go. And now should be able to do this all everywhere. Yeah. 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 No, because these don't get the buffs. Unless they do. Fuck, do I need to make another one for team buffs and, like, individual buffs? So this kept the team buffs, and now I want to add individual buffs. So I'm gonna have to do this. This is gonna be individual. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. There's 12, so 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. And now there we go. Normal. Just another day on Excel. That should be it, though. Alright, now we need to actually add the data properly. So Llama's stats don't matter yet. Also, I just realized I forgot about something here. We need to add Llama procs. Llama proc. Number of Llama. Damage Llama. Okay. Do you have the data from the Flint's template? Kind of, but I'll change a couple things. Okay. Spin to lose base attack is 510. Llama base attack is 255, right? I think. So now when I look at the template, she is at the right amount of it. Okay, bad. Alright. We don't care about their other characters' stats yet. We only care about the buffs for now. So what are the team buffs provided by Nefer? Or by Llama? There's the crit. Then there's the Llama additional buff thing that we gotta do separately. There's the shred that we gotta do separately. And there's the Lunar Blue multiplier that we gotta do separately. So that's it for this. Nahida does not have a team buff, but she has a 250 EM individual buff. Why was this not added? Because I didn't copy this down. That's why. There we go. Now it is added. What do you mean separately? Just throw more racial lookups. That's true. I could do that. I could do that. Anyways. Spindalute doesn't provide a team buff. Serenade does. Serenade is 120 EM. Team buff. 10% lunar charge, 10% lunar bloom. Yep. Nahida, I've already put. Fav Codex, Deepwood, okay. I know C6. It's 80 and 35 on individual buffs. I know C6 buffs EM by 80 and lunar reactions by 35. Weapons. Black Marrow, 221 EM. 48 lunar bloom. Yup. Sky set is also 10% of each to the team buffs. Then Instructor is a team buff. It's full uptime on Nefer, but it's not full uptime on the rest of the team. So I'll put 60 EM team buff and 60 EM individual buff. But it assumes 60 for the characters other than Nefer. Then we have Forest Regalia, which is also 60 average, but individual buff. and that's it. Then sets, sky, individual buffs, 80 EM, 60 crit value. Yup. And I can't even read the fucking base attack that's hidden under there anymore. That's so funny. Okay. If this equal NEFER, it's this, otherwise it's 0. And then this I don't want to move at all, question mark? At all. And then I can just paste the same thing literally everywhere. Nope, something's wrong. I understand what was wrong. It's supposed to move. Sideways only. So locked downwards. There we go. Which means I can now just paste or copy this whole thing. Yeah. Bet. Second PC is a requirement for Smithsonian Excel sheets. True! Okay. EM multiplier lunar charge is going to be if what's the formula for, like, something that returns true if something is inside of a list? If a specific value is inside of a list? Compare? No, it's not. You're lying. Does it count ifs? Callis. There we go. Sorry. It should be NEFER. Times 14%. Plus 1. times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1 plus lunar charge percent. Okay. Then for lunar bloom, it looks at 14, and this instead of NEFA is NEFER. And llama. Okay. And then yep. EM multiplier spread is just 6 times, no, 5 times EM divided by 1200 plus EM plus 1. Okay, crit multiplier, lunar bloom. If this is less than 4, this squared divided by 8 plus 1. Otherwise, this minus 1. Crit multiplier other. If count if this has llama, equal 1, uh, 1, 0 for now. Do I need this equal 1? I don't, okay. So if it has llama, if it doesn't have llama, it's just gonna be this. Right? Yeah. If it does have llama, then it's a little different. If this is less than 4, it's this minus 40%, or divided by 8 plus 1. Okay. But now if we're at 4, it breaks. We need to make it not break when we're at 4. So this is the value if we're at 4 or higher. We'll have 10% less crit rate. So it'll be 90%. 1 plus 90% times the crit damage, which would be this minus 220%. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. Oh boy. Rotation length is just going to be dictated by character. So, oh boy. Okay. All right. Woke meter percent. Okay. So the woke meter here. Did not cry. If this equals not cry, 0. Otherwise, we've got a formula that depends on the element. The row for element is 24. Actually, I could just replace this with element. Now it's returning Dendro. Okay. Now, this is my if. Now, if this equal Dendro, no, I want to do an ifs. If it's Dendro, it'll be 2.25% of EM divided by 100. And it's minimum of this 36%. Now, the second one, if it's Animo. And now yeah. Okay. And what are the other elements? There's 7 elements. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Huh. Okay. So Animo. Next, Pyro. It's 0.9% of attack divided by 100. Next, Electro. 0.9% of attack. Next, Hydro. What was Hydro? Was it 0.6 of HP? Do I really have to activate it for it to fucking show up? Are you fucking kidding me? I can't even activate it because I don't have Ino yet.
Do not be afraid, for I am with you.
Okay, no, okay. Yes, it's 0.6. Also, wait, before that, let's do Cryo, because that's also 0.9% of... Wait. Was the first one I did wrong? I was looking at attack instead of EM. No, I'm not. Never mind. Pyro is B7. Electro B7. Cryo B7. Okay. Hydro. I'm not gonna do Geo. Hydro. 0.6% of total HP divided by 1,000. So, now, if I change this to Hydro, yep. Pyro, yep. Okay. KRAI, Dendro. Oh no. How did we break it exactly? Was it the KRAI that broke it? It was. Okay. If this is not KRAI, it returns 0. Otherwise, it returns this. I think I might have fucked up somewhere. I need to close the purple. .25. Oh, I need an additional one. Zero, zero. Yeah, I think. Wait. Did it fix it? It didn't fix it. I was wrong. GG. Fuck. God, your barley is so clear and concise. I know, right? So... yeah, the problem isn't in the minimum. It's probably in the ifs. If it's equal Dendro, 2.25. Times this. Oh! Did I have to do 1, 0? Yep. It was just 1, 0. We fixed it, chat. We fixed it. We fixed it. Alright, bet. That's what we needed to do. Because we were doing an ifs function. But the ifs function is basically like you give it a set of criteria. And it returns whichever one is true, right? It's like you do ifs. Like sky is blue. Yay. Sky is not blue. Boo. But I put all the colors of the rainbow for the sky, but I forgot to tell it what to do if there was no sky, basically. Anyways, Oh. That would be the Dendro one. Oh shit. She's currently I currently have Pyro Nefer. Oopsie. Okay. Dendro. Times if this equal Dendro. Oops. Dendro. 1, 0. So if we're Pyro, we will lose the shred. Yeah, okay, bet. And then times ifs B59 equals Dendro 1 B59 equals Hydro 1 1 0. Okay. What other sources of shred would we have? Zhongli. %, shred. What other sources of shred? Nilo C2, I guess. Gonna have the same condition as Lama. Nilo C2. 35. I think for now that'll be it. Okay. Effective attack 1 will be total attack times 1 plus damage percent 1 times crit multiplier. See, this is damage percent 2. This is HP. This is damage percent 2. This is PM. Damage percent 2. Of attack lunar charge is total attack times multiplier lunar charge times multiplier other. And then Effective EM Lunar Bloom is EM times EM multiplier Lunar Bloom times crit multiplier Lunar Bloom. Llama proc equal H lookup llama $12 false times 377.8 times crit multiplier Lunar Bloom. Spread proc is 1810 times one plus damage percent 1 times crit multiplier other times EM multiplier spread. Okay, and then the motion value is just gonna be this formula. Number, comma, number, spread, yeah. That's annoying. I don't actually think we want to put those all the way there. If this will be 18 by default. Number of spreads by default. If no. If count if this equal electro greater than 0, it'll be 6, 7, 8. Otherwise, it'll be 0. I do need number spreads. Also, ifs this equal Dendro, if it's equal electro is the same value but with 1664. Something's going wrong here. Oh, there's a space. Okay. If, count if, this equal electro is greater than 0, this, otherwise it's 0. And now if I put electro here, yeah, bet. Okay. Damage attack 1 equal to effective attack times motion value attack times res multiplier times 190 divided by 390. Ooh, something's wrong here. Right? We want this to be locked downwards. Then for lunar charge damage, we don't have this. Same for lunar bloom damage. Same for llama damage. Damage spread. Okay, so should be able to do this whole thing. Now, last thing we need to do is rotation length for all of these. Llama, Nahida, and I know C6. Actually, we probably don't even need to put it. Right? Yeah. Does that make sense? We don't have Dendro resonance yet. EM. Ifs. Count if this equal Dendro equal 2 100 3 80 no is greater than 1 80 if if this equal electro, if it's 100, or if there's Dendro, if there's electro, it's 100. Otherwise, it's 80. And otherwise, it's 0. So now if I do Dendro, electro, but we add this to the EM. Okay. Let's view freeze panes. Yup. Element, Dendro, Hydro. Not cry. Something's cooked here. I see. Because we don't have the stats properly. We don't have Codex, Forest, or Regalia. Deepwood. And instructor. We need to add the woke meter to this. Plus max. No. Can add it here. Oh. Plus max of these. Okay. Oh boy. All right. Alright, let's put the proper stats now. Yeah, 350. And 654. 10, 5k. EM. 315.2. 187 times 3. That's it for baseline, right? Damage percent 132. Crit value 60. Nothing. Motion value attack 1. 206.7 plus 163.2 times 7. Motion value EM1. 326.4 times 7. Motion value EM lunar bloom nothing. Yep, okay. Number of spreads 8. Yup. Weapons. Vindalute 200 EM. Sets, Serenade, it's all there. Team buffs should all be there as well. This makes sense, I think. Do I have the team buff on Serenade? I do. Okay. There we go. This makes sense. Okay, next. Nahida. 299 base attack. And 360 base HP. How much EM would she have? 115. .2 plus 187 times 3. $80. 48. Uh, 167.3 plus 6 times 175.4. 350.9 times 6. Llama. Rotation length 15. Nahida rotation length 14. I know 14. Number of spreads 7. I know C6. No, I didn't do everything yet. No, I did. Okay, yeah. I know C6. 242. 10, 350. 11, 201. 10, 5K. EM. Wait, do we want to go EM? Not really. EM crit. 131.2 plus 377.6. 40.2 times 21. 50 times 21. Okay. Is it really that shit? It is, huh? 400 DPS, that's crazy. This feels low though. Something's wrong. Ah, right. Times 1.3. Important. Yeah, that makes more sense. That's in line with what I had earlier. Can I move this here? Yeah. Okay, bet. Is Nahida even doing anything other than EM buff? Meh. She has better uptime for the EM buff. And she's battery for Loma. But yeah, she's pretty replaceable. DPR, time, DPS. Yeah. How is 17 seconds real? Because the only thing that forces you into 18 is Nefer's skill cooldown. But you only need to use her second skill like 4 seconds into your rotation. So if you start your rotations with 4 seconds cooldown on your second one left or less, you won't encounter problems for rotation length. So if you do 17-second rotations instead of 18, you can still do your first, 5 rotations? Before you have to wait 1 second and go to 18 rotations instead. But we can just fucking have it at 18 for now. Like, whatever. I don't care. Still very good. Okay. Let's add Inefa. Base attack 330. Attack percent 10. 46.6 times 2. Probably 20, actually. Flat attack 350. base HP? I don't remember. $12,613. And I think we do 2-piece, 2-piece. No. We do no set bonus, right? Just Serenade or Deepwood, one of the two. Yeah. So total attack. It's around 135 flat attack. No, sorry, 135 EM. So 110 from Kitane. No, that we don't put that there. Around 135 from her self buff. Lunar charge percent, nothing. Damage percent, nothing. Crit value. Same as Nefer for this. She's a crit ascension. Motion value attack. 146.9 plus 163.2 times 9. Motion value attack 2, 1150.6. Motion value attack lunar charge 65 times 3 times 9. Non-KRAI 15. Electro 11. But we don't actually have good Thundercloud uptime. So it's not times 9, it's gonna be like times 6. Then we have Kitane. 565 base. 110 EM. Sets don't change. Individual buff. Nefer. 135. Kitane nothing. Something's going wrong here. I'm giving flat attack instead of EM. Oopsie. There we go. Yeah, there we go. So Nefer's a bit better. Iron State, no. If we use Kuki, what would she be on? Probably just 5. 212, 10, 350. 12, 289. 38.8. 5k. Actually, you would go triple attack, right? Damage percent 1. Nothing. Crit value. We don't have main stat. Motion value attack 1. 151. Plus 50.5 times 10. Motion value HP 1. No. Motion value HP 2. 50.5. I guess we can put HP 1 with this. 9.7 times 3. Motion value EM. Got some of that. 25. Times 10. Yeah. Bulk meter, no. Rotation length, 15. Element, electro. Number of spreads. If we are bursting every rotation, it's 3, 9. Let's say 10. Because I'm kind of curious where Cookie would end up. Ah, I forgot to add her to the buffs. Cookie, no team buffs. Fav, sword as well. Cookie, Fav, sword. Yeah. That's playable. Alright, and this is if we go triple attack main stat. What if we go EM, damage, crit? It is better. Okay. Never mind then. Maxing out the resonance isn't worth it. GG. And we can look at Zhongli as well, yeah. But that means we gotta fucking add the Geo one. That means we gotta add defense. Ah! Jolly's the only one you'd consider, honestly. So, how much defense does he have? He's gonna be at like 900, probably. It's 10%-ish. Plus 10%, no, plus if this equals only 10%. 0. Okay, 251, 10, 350. I guess you would just build full defense, though, because none of his stats are useful offensively. Fuck me, man. Let's just say 25%. Base HP 14, 695. HP percent 10, 5k. Motion value attack 136 plus 54.4 times 9. Motion value HP 1.9 times 9. Volt meter, nope. Rotation length 12. Element geo. 5 lance 565. Normally 5 lance. Did I already put the Zhongli stuff in the shred formula? Yup. Zhongli works. Wait, what? Oh. I'm an idiot. I missed a little bit of damage earlier. I cut it off a little too early. Plus 4k. Huge. Okay, so 5 lance, Zhongli. 117k. Inefa. Etain. 137. Bro, what? Am I doing something wrong? I feel like the numbers keep going up. Deepwood Inefa? Yeah. I mean, it's either Deepwood NEFER, Serenade Llama, or the other way around, depending on if your attack or EM main stats are better on either set. It doesn't matter. Isn't that Mawika level? Yeah. But you can do faster rotations. Maybe even 16-second rotation. This character is fucking... Ah! To be fair, no one's gonna have C6 Sino, by the way. Alright, like, I'll tell you that much. No one is going to have C6 Sino, so we can look at Yulon. Hmm, 244, 10, 350, 14, 450, 46.6, 18. Substats. 46.6. Red value. 98.4. Well, it's the same as this. Motion value HB 1. Let's just also always do that 2 is burst. 38.4. 2. 12.42 plus 8.28 times 3 times 13. Woke meter, no. Rotation length 18. Element hydro. Weapons 5 bow. 510. Or is it 454? 454. 510. I don't remember. It's 454. Team buffs. Elon. 5 bow. Nothing. Individual buffs though. Elon is like 25 damage percent. Bow. Okay. And now we also need to change the instructor set so that it properly nerfs the stats. Minus 30% attack for HP. I mean, minus 1k flat HP. Minus, what, 12 damage percent. Minus a lot of CV. Like 100 CV. I know HP minus 0.2. My bad. Anyways. And then sets, I'll also want emblem. Which is gonna be like 180, so 45 damage percent. So 5 bow, emblem. I didn't put it everywhere. Good now, yeah. Okay. Instructor is better than Emblem. Emblem Yulon DPS is 13k, Instructor is 5k, but the Instructor buff is better. I'm so sorry. How would you have ER? You're going Fav. You're gonna have a lot of ER baseline. You can just go ER Sands. You'll be fine. Oh boy. Nahida in this team. It won't be quite as good, I think. Nahida, Fav, Codex. Versus, yeah, it's at 120k. I know C6, Forest, Regalia. Like 10k behind I know C6. Whereas NEFER Pain, 132k. I know C6, Forest, Regalia. Regalia. This one's only 5k behind. Am I being too optimistic? I don't know, man. These numbers look fucked. These numbers look fucked. Like, they're not okay. Maybe I just fucked something up. This is with Cloud or without Cloud? This is assuming Cloud but not full uptime. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Calc teams without Llama? I really don't wanna. I don't know if this is properly ready for it. I don't know if I have everything removed properly. Yeah, there's something wrong, but I don't know what it is. Llama proc. Getting an error. 0. This. Oopsie. My bad. If error 0 h lookup. No. Oh, it's this. Zero. There we go. And now if I change this to Nahida, does this make sense? We lost our shred, we lost our crit, we lost our llama procs. Yeah, I think so. Although, yeah. Okay, yeah. That's not that bad, actually. I think this is reasonable, right? I don't think we missed anything. Yeah, we can also look at C0, I know. Sure. I know C0. I know C1. C0 does not have the 80 EM. One 11.5. 321. 34.2 times 21. Yeah. And team buffs was nothing anyways. But individual buffs. I know still gets it. I know C1 still gets it, but not C0. Okay. I know C1, 89k. I know C0, 85k. Boy. Yeah. If you don't have other KRAI characters, Nefer's 85k. Whereas what's basically the default team, if you do have Llama, is over about 30k ahead. Instructor Yolana's a crime. And if you're using the same units, you'll have Nahida, Fav, Codex. Over 120k. I know C1 is slightly better than Yolana in these ones. Not by that much, though. Sucrose? Look at Sucrose. Uh... 170. 9244. 187 times 3 plus 140. Four. What set would you give her? None of the sets would be good. You just go Serenade, take the L, I guess. what else I want to include. How real is this? It's pretty real. So 20% of this to 35. Let's just fucking freeze on both of these. Sucrose, team buff, 235. There it is. Okay. That was versus Nahida. I think something's wrong here. I forgot the EM substats on Nahida. That's what's wrong. And also, realistically, you can't do this anymore with Sucrose. You probably take the L, go Gilded. Right? Sets. Gilded. EM 230. For what? 235 plus minus 60 plus 230 times 20%. $235 plus 230 minus 60 times 20%. 270. 270. But we don't have instructor anymore. Okay, so Sucrose, 119k here. Instructor Sucrose, she won't proc the reaction. Because you can't swirl Dendro. You would want Instructor if you could proc it, but you can't. Which is really funny. But yeah, and then Nahida was 125k. Sucrose, 119. It's not that far behind. What's the highest DPS we got so far? Nefer, Ketane, I know C6, 137k. Could you put R1 here? I don't know if at R1 Nefer is the best teammate. But sure, we can take a look at a few other weapon options. What's it called? Reliquary of Truth. Wow. 542. 120. 88.2 plus 52. Reliquary of Truth. Well, that is slightly better. Okay. Now, I believe that some of these things go wrong if I do NEFER CU1, but I want to fix that. NEFER C1. So what breaks when I do NEFER C1? Everything breaks. GG. That's just because I didn't put NEFER C1 here, though. Okay. So, some things are broken. This is broken somehow. Yeah. Oh, God. Or NEFER C1. No. So there's a bunch of stuff that we're losing. We're losing a fuck ton of EM, and I don't know why. Okay. So plus if it's NEFER, then when does this parenthesis? Why is there an if it NEFER? Why did I add that? I don't remember. Oh! Right. Instead of NEFER, if this is NEFER, I will change this to if row? No. Column. Okay, I understand. Wait. Column. This says 6. Okay, so I gotta do 2. If column place of this equal 2. There we go. We fixed that. Now, if we change to NEFER C1, that number doesn't. Okay, bad. And we want to change that column equal to. Column equals 2. Where are you? Instead of if B1 equals NEFER, we look if column equal 2. Then you know what? NEFER's always here. I don't need this one. This is always 14. Yeah. Okay, we still have a problem here. We're losing our llama procs when we look at C1. I see. Okay. Now NEFER C1. It's fixed. There we go. So we should now be able to just add the C1. So it's just plus 60. Motion value EM lunar bloom plus 180 times 6. Yep. Yep. C1R1 200K. At this point, now he does better. NEFER with SIG is 166. NEFER C1 with Black Marrow is 160K. But with some of the weapons, it might be better. Anyways, NEFER C2. C2 is 0.5 instead and plus 100 EM. Plus 100 EM. And then motion value, this times 1.5. Times 1.5. Okay. NEFER C2. Okay. Reliquary of Truth. NEFER C2. 243K. Alright. Okay. C3. Is skill level. C3. 152.8. 49.3. 64.1. $192. 256. $270K. This one's a little weird to calc, though. Yeah, I don't know. What the... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to feel about this, man. Let's go back to Nefer C0 with Black Marrow. I should put the Frost thing. Frost Star. Frost Star R1. R5. 510. Base attack. 55.1 CV. 120, 240 EM. Frost Star R1. 5k more. R5. 15k more. Oh boy. What are the other weapons that would not be dog shit? This'll be ass. Tome and Surf's Up, I guess, would be okay. Tome. Yeah. Tome is better than the free-to-play. But I'm pretty sure Lost Prayers isn't. Lost Prayer. 608. I don't know, 12% average. 66.2. Ah! Lost Prayer. Black Marrow. Yeah, Black Marrow is 30 DPS higher than Lost Prayer. Oh, that means my Lost Prayer R3 will be better. Alright, huge. 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 What the fuck am I gonna give her, man? Like, is she just gonna be fucking stuck on Witsith for me? She probably will. Fuck. Oh, I know Black Marrow. I don't wanna craft it, man. Witsith. Witsith with resets. Yeah, buff. Yeah. 510. 20% attack. 80 EM. 16 damage percent. 480. So Witsith average. Something went deeply wrong. I forgot the crit. Yeah. That's kind of an important part of the Witsith, huh? Okay. Witsith average is about 3k better than Black Marrow. Witsith with EM. What did I call it, man? Witsith with EM buff. My bad. Is almost as good as Sig. Which is very funny. But Witsith no buff. Witsith no buff is about 5k DPS worse than Black Marrow. You just put her on Witsith and scream 2/3 of the time? Yeah, pretty much. You got it. Maybe there's a world where you go sack frag, honestly. For a third skill, but I don't know if you have time in a rotation to do that before your buffs expire. Can you calc that he does Sig? I don't think it'll make you very happy. But sure. Thousand floating dreams on Nefer. 542. 265 plus 32 times 2. 10%. Team buff. EM 40, but it's only to the other characters. So individual buff. EM minus 40. It's 1% better than Black Marrow. Kagura's will be worse than Black Marrow. Think of Black Marrow as giving you stats that are equivalent to about 70 CV. If your weapon is a crit weapon that gives you that plus other stuff, it'll be better. If it's a crit weapon that gives you that and that's it, it'll be as good or worse. If it just gives you other stuff, then it depends on how much. But like Sack Jade will be slightly better because it's a bit over 70 CV and 40 EM. But Kagura's will be worse because it's 66 CV and nothing else. Attack and damage percent are worthless. R1 no Loma. That's an interesting one, actually. Reliquary of Truth. Nahida. Versus Llama Black Marrow. Llama is better than Sig, but it's not that big of a gap, actually. Interesting. Oh wait, I did have two Nahida. That don't work. That's true. My bad. Nefer. Retain. 137 on this. 171 on this. If you have Nefer, Sig does more than Llama does. Wait, that's crazy. Man. This is the Flynn situation? Yeah, I guess it's kind of similar. Honestly, the gap isn't as big as I thought it was initially. I was wrong. It's not that Nefer is as good as Flynn's, but Llama's better than Nefer. Nefer's better than Flynn's, and Llama's better than Nefer. Although Nefer is best in slot for Nefer, but still. Yeah. Well, that sure is a thing. Don't know how to feel about that. Flynn's dead on arrival? I mean, bro, it sure fucking feels like it. Like, what the fuck do you mean? 137. Like, what? Well, that's gonna be enough of that. We'll keep going tomorrow. Did I tell... Yeah, I did. Did he stall today? I did it towards the start, yeah. Please check this out first. What is that? Now, why would you do that? Why would you do that? I'd like to know. Okay. Alright. Alright, chat. Let's read Mies.
No matter how busy life gets, you should always
Mies was,
when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it
one of the people we did the
breath, and
account thing with. But we'll say hi, be nice. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.